he said that military tribunals are different from regular court, and that regular court, because of sleazy defense attorneys and crooked judges, and we don't even have a court system, that they go in there and they draw these things out forever and drain the taxpayers to pay for this thing. Everybody gets rich, and usually the killer gets off. Yep. So, it's just a big racket. It's disgusting. And yeah, she said the same thing. This is a military tribunal. They're fast. That's what she said. She said they're way faster.
Yeah. You sentence to death. When is that gonna happen? In about 2 weeks. There's no getting out of it. There's no calling the governor to get a reprieve. None of that. Crimes against humanity and crimes against innocent Americans like Comey and what's his name, Brennan. Listen, Brennan was just pure evil. And he cursed Trump out all the way, like I said, until that rope was around his neck. And when they pulled that rope, he was probably spitting there to say, "Fuck Trump."
Boy, I really, I'm not a gore person, but I really wouldn't mind watching some of these people swing. I would.
You'll have a choice. When I heard, you'll have a choice. You have a choice. Because they got to show. They're going to show the execution, but I think they should. You know what I'm saying? But they're going to show the testimony against these people. You know what I'm saying? And what they've been accused of and what they were found guilty of. They filmed everything.
I think they should show the execution because as a deterrent.
Right.
Because it's
Comey's when he get his head cut off.
Exactly. I hope they have a basket. Underneath in there to catch it, so it doesn't go rolling off the platform.
Yeah. Right. With Big Mike's face in it. All right.
Another thing, people were saying that Big Mike is no longer with us.
Well, I heard that too. He's done. He was the one that was basically more powerful than Obama, Bozo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
None of these guys ever got any help. Bozo did not get no. What was he? What they called him? Like from Harvard, he had his law degree. He never got shit. All right. The CIA made that all up. All right. Nobody that ever went to Harvard ever seen Obama. You know what I'm saying? And we're finding out that all this stuff was just made up. Everything was made up. It was the CIA made this whole thing up. Come on, man. We got a man pretending to be the first lady, and you got a gay guy that visits the bathhouses constantly in Chicago, being the president. And
your car dealer will hate me for showing you this because I'm about to rip away their big fat commission check and put it back into your pocket. In fact, I'm about to do a whole lot more than that. After all, you're about.
And they're both talking about they got 2 children. Nobody ever seen pictures of him pregnant or whatever. They got their best friends, the children look just like them.
2051 State Highway 50. There's a black poodle in from Petco. There's a bunch of people trying to touch it. This guy's no collar on. By the track.
If anybody says anything about all the fucked up shit he's doing, we'll just call him a racist.
That's it. That's what they did. They still doing it.
Excuse me for that.
Okay, go 540 insurance. 4540.
All right. Without further ado, before I get into the news, I just want to again go over my itinerary here. So I've been planning home fellowships over the last month and continuing along with that now that the conference is over in Tampa. We're having a meetup tonight in Atlanta, Georgia, Tuesday night, the 22nd at 7 p.m. Again, this is for patriots who love Jesus, who love Trump, and they don't have a church. And we're going to get together tonight, get everyone together, get everyone connected, get everyone's contact info, and I'll help to start a home fellowship where we'll be meeting at someone's house every week for Bible study, praise and worship, discipleship, accountability, a place to pray for each other, a place to reach out to your community. Basically being a church like the book of Acts where they met in homes daily. So if you don't have a home church, if you don't have a church that you can trust, you want to attend tonight here in Atlanta, Georgia, just email me, make emails right below the video, and I'll get you the location of where we'll be meeting tonight. And if you are in Charleston, South Carolina, we'll be there. I will be there tomorrow night, Wednesday the 23rd at 7 p.m. If you want to join that one and you live in the Charleston area, shoot me an email. Then on Thursday night, the 24th at 7, we'll be in Greenville, South Carolina. So again, if you live in Greenville and you need a church with like-minded people, email me and I'll get you the location from that. Then next week, we'll be having a meetup in Charlotte, North Carolina on Monday night, the 28th at 7 p.m. And then Raleigh, North Carolina, Tuesday night, the 29th at 7 p.m. So if you want to be a part of any of these 5 meetups that are going to be going on in the next 2 weeks, please go ahead and email me and I'll get you the information for all of that. All right, let's get right into the news. There's quite a bit to cover here. So this was put out by the Populous Press. Trump won by over 1 million votes in Pennsylvania. Former NYPD Commissioner Bernie Kerik explained on Steve Bannon's War Room on Monday morning, this would be yesterday, that based on his analysis, he believes Donald Trump won by 1 million votes in Pennsylvania, and they squashed it. He added that a forensic audit there is going to be the most substantial of any in the country. Kerik backs up his statements in the following clip from the show. So I'm going to go ahead and play this for you guys.
Pennsylvania. Why is Pennsylvania different than these other situations? And the scale of it is going to blow people away, sir.
Well, I think the scale is the way they operated. You know, they brought in. Think of the numbers, Steve. 350,000 in Pittsburgh, 150,000 in Philadelphia. You had the same thing going on in Georgia. We had 50,000 new voters activated, where you had 174 batches missing in their count in Fulton County. That's 17,400. But in Pittsburgh, in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania alone, you're talking Donald Trump probably won by over 1 million votes. Over 1 million in Pittsburgh, and they squashed it. I think that forensic audit is going to be the most substantial out of any.
1 million votes. 1 million votes in Pennsylvania. You're saying not just Pittsburgh, but 1 million votes in all Pennsylvania.
Have one by.
All right, so there you have it, guys. Bernie Kerik, former NYPD commissioner, stating that Donald Trump won by over 1 million votes and that this forensic audit in Pennsylvania will uncover that. Remember, I reported yesterday a audit, a Maricopa County style audit is in the works in Pennsylvania.
PJ, everyone starts at 7324 North 11,000 each for
it's poised to begin in July, is what they said. So
no feeling like
stay tuned for that. Again, like you said, nothing can stop what is coming. Then we have this from Prime Medic. This is from OAN, Maricopa Audit Update. This is as of yesterday. Audit team is on track to finish the hand recount and ballot scanning by the end of the week. I reported.
Ever wanted the sensation like you're floating on air? You can with Skechers' new Glide Step footwear. Feels like you're floating as our Aero Comfort outsoles give you a pillowy soft landing that propel you forward. Plus, they have Skechers' exclusive air-cooled memory foam. Try Skechers' new Glide Step.
Yesterday, that it's supposed to be by June the 26th, Saturday. I had a couple of comments saying, no, that's not true. It's not going to end until August. Well, guys, that's not true. What I reported was correct, and this is confirmed by OAN. They are scheduled to complete their audit by this Saturday. A delegation from Indiana visited the audit floor. I think that's now the 10th state that sent a delegation down to the Maricopa audit. A second delegation visited from Washington State. Okay, so now this is the second time supposedly blue state Washington has sent a delegation down there. And a third delegation visited from Georgia. Let's take a listen to this.
Coliseum, where Christina Bobb is joining us live. Good morning, Christina. So how's the progress in Arizona now, and how is the audit still scheduled to complete this week?
Hey, Alicia, great to be with you. Yes, I did confirm with the auditors this morning that they are still on track to be completed with the scanning and paper examination portion of this audit by June 26th, this coming weekend. And if we take a quick look at the floor, it confirms what they're telling us. We can look back over to the boxes on the far side of the room over here. Those are all of the boxes that need to still be scanned. Those are the only remaining boxes left to be scanned. If we look down here, the boxes close to the press box, those are all of the boxes that have been completed, both counted and scanned, and are done. And this holding cage right here actually is so full, they are starting, if you go back over to the other side, they are actually starting to hold some of them in the far side chain link fence there, that's where they were holding the ballots that needed to be counted. But since they've counted all of them and gotten through that, they are now holding some of the completed ones in there. So there really is just a small number of ballots left to be scanned, and the auditors do expect for that to be done by the weekend.
All right, so what about the other states? Are other states still expressing interest in the audit?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly there was a big push the last week that they were doing the counting portion, but Indiana came out. Washington State has sent another delegation that will be out here today to take a look. So we're starting to see some of the same states that have gone back and started these conversations with their colleagues in their home states. Their colleagues now want to come out and see what's taking place. So we do have another delegation from Washington State out here. There have been, I believe, 3 delegations from Georgia. So there have been a handful of states that are repeating coming out to take a closer look because these states are considering what they're doing here in Arizona, and they are taking a closer look to possibly replicate either Arizona or something like this. Now, certainly not every state needs to do the scale of audit that they're doing out here in Arizona. Some might only want to do a paper examination or a simple hand recount, or they might want to take portions of it. But certainly getting a look at this mammoth task that Arizona has undertaken helps give them ideas and sort through some of the things that they can do in their own states to help election integrity. So it's not that every state that comes out wants to replicate Arizona exactly, although they certainly could. But some just want to see how the process is going, what they're doing, and if there's anything from what's happening here that they can take back to their home states that could possibly have an impact on election integrity in their state.
Okay, so do you think we'll see other states start to take action based on what they're learning in Arizona?
I do. I think they will. I've heard a lot coming out of Pennsylvania that they're in talks to try to consider something like what's happened in Arizona or some scaled version of it. The same in Wisconsin. I would anticipate hearing something coming out of Wisconsin in the next few days or weeks. Several of those lawmakers came out, took a closer look. I know that their constituents have been asking them to replicate something to the extent of Arizona. So both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania have a very similar legislative makeup here as Arizona. So they certainly have the ability to replicate this or do something as a scaled version here in Arizona through the same methodology, through the legislative subpoena process. That's how they did it out here in Arizona. And because their legislators are of a similar makeup, they have the ability to do that there. So it's interesting to note that some of the roadblocks could be Republicans, actually, because they are Republican legislatures. So if you would like to see Wisconsin or Pennsylvania and you're one of their constituents, reach out to your legislator and let them know that you want to see an audit, some version of an audit in their state.
All right, our Christina Bobb live for us in Phoenix, Arizona. Thank you, Christina.
Walk through there and see what's going on. They're setting these delegations because they're seriously considering doing a similar type of audit. And you heard Christina Bobbitt, what she said about Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. And if you live in Pennsylvania or Wisconsin, if you're a voter in either of those states, you need to be on the phone and you need to be melting their phone lines and demanding that they do what they have done in Maricopa County, so that you can put pressure, just like, you know, it was just Arizona citizens like you and me that put the pressure on their Senate, which is why they have this Maricopa audit that's now about to complete. So again, it is going to be completed this Saturday. I don't know where the information came out that it's not going to happen or be completed till August. That's not true. It will be completed on Saturday, June the 26th, which again, as I mentioned in my video yesterday, that is the day that Trump is scheduled to have his very first rally since he left the White House. And supposedly at this rally in Ohio on June the 26th, he's supposed to have a special announcement. So I can't help thinking that he's aligned this with the timing of the completion of the audit in Maricopa County. Now, they're slated to complete their audit on the 26th. I don't know if that means they're also going to come out with their report on the 26th. That remains to be seen. Maybe the report's not going to come out until August. I don't know. I don't know why they would wait that long to come out with the report if they're done with the audit. But anyway, we'll have to see how this all plays out.
Coach's biggest night is back. Because they were told to wait till my birthday to make the exchange.
Hello.
because they were told to wait until my birthday. The exchange will be done on my birthday. That was the order.
1043 South 4. 1043 South 4. Yep, 648 are the hours. So we're gonna go up there, at least it's available, huh? Unit 22 is gonna be on scene.
1041 okay.
Are you still interested in a solar-powered generator? Because pay special attention because I'm going to do something that until recently we've never done before.
Are they panicking? Happy Lives Matter says the panic is real. Take a listen to what they have to hear. They are full panic.
If a company chooses, if a private company, which seems to, Killing went down to Florida to try to find their offices, and they don't really seem to have offices. They have kind of like shells of offices where people are paid to, I guess, answer a phone for many companies. And some guy in Montana now has some of this data in his house, in his remote house or cabin. I don't know what he's doing with that. What is just, and again, we don't even know really where he is. What is to stop, this company or these people from just coming forward and saying, oh, well, these ballots were made out of bamboo, or we found traces of bamboo from them because they were shipped from China. Who's to say, obviously it's not the case, but what do you do in that case?
Yeah, that's a great question because we think that's there is nothing to stop them from saying any of those things. And so what we have seen it to be our job to do is to shed light on what's happening in the Coliseum the best we can. We had to go to court to force them to disclose their procedures, allow independent observers in the room, and even allow reporters in the room. And with that limited transparency, at least we've gotten enough information to be able to say, look, what they're doing here is not an audit. They're not following best practices, and there's nothing going on here that lends any credibility to the outcome that's going to come out of it. And so, that's what we've been able to do. But I am concerned about what happens when this report comes out. Because we know, number one, the election that we certified, those certified results are an accurate reflection of the will of the voters in Arizona. And number two, there's nothing that can be done now to overturn the election, even if this audit was valid. But there are many people, I think you said 1 out of 3 Americans that believes that Joe Biden was not duly elected. What are they going to do when this report comes out? And that's the scary thing.
Okay, so they're obviously panicked. And guys, I just noticed that the ticker tape there at the bottom of the screen says that the reviewing of the ballots will be done, they're saying by Thursday. Well, anyway, I think it's Saturday the 26th. And then they're saying results are not expected late July, August. So maybe that's where the discrepancy is that the counting finishes this weekend, but the results for some reason won't be published until late July or August. I don't know why they're waiting that long to publish the results, but anyway. So clearly they're in panic here, right? Katie Hobbs, did you hear what she said right at the end? She said basically, well, even if this were a valid audit, you still could not change the results of the election because Biden's already been inaugurated. So what she's saying is, even if they found that he was not legitimately elected, he would still remain president. Well, that's crazy. That's crazy. How can we have a president remain in the White House when we have proof that he wasn't legitimately elected? So she clearly, along with the other people, of course, who we know the pedophile, she clearly is not interested in the truth. She admitted from her own mouth. She said, even if the audit were valid, it wouldn't change the outcome. Well, why not? Why not? So she's clearly, of course, in the hands of the deep state. We know this. They're in panic mode, guys. look, they've tried everything they can to stop the audit here in Canada. They haven't been able to do it, so they're already coming out with their spin meisters, even before this counting is done, even before the report comes out, saying, hey, don't worry, this is not going to be valid. This proceeds not
I have a
transparent.
lockout at Burkhart, 1557 West Fourth Street, a black Ford Fusion not running.
They're desperately trying to cast doubt on the integrity of this election audit, and it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. So, Happy Lives Matter put this out on his gab. He said, to those complaining about how long the audits are taking, patriots need these forensic audits to be professional.
44 Canton, which is their battery in progress, recorded state code 2661 South 13,000.
Time and ensure that no one can refute the quality of their work.
Caller advised that he refused to let some subjects into the building and they battered him. They're still standing outside. We got a fire on that as well.
Taking so long. They started in mid to late April. Here it is now, almost the end of June, and they still haven't finished. People are just saying, why is it taking so long? Well, I think Happy Lives Matter hits the nail right on the head. They've got to make sure all of their T's are crossed, all their I's are dotted. They have to make sure that this has got to be ironclad and will hold up in a court of law, because look, you see what Anderson Cooper and Katie Hobbs, what they're already setting up. They're going to attack this thing. They're going to attack this report, the results in the report, like no one's business. So it's got to be able to hold up and stand under all these attacks from the deep state and the Democrats. And that's what they're trying to make sure it happens. I think that's why it's taking so long. So we just need to be patient. These results are coming. As Q has said, nothing can stop what is coming. We're seeing now Pennsylvania and Wisconsin that they're both likely to launch audits very quickly here, probably in July. We're hopefully going to see that happen in Georgia. We've got to wait on this court case and this judge to make a ruling for that to start. But things are happening, and states are sending delegations, some multiple times. Again, the deep state can't stop this. I think they've tried, and I honestly think they really don't know what to do at this point. They're not going to be able to put this thing back in the model. And hallelujah, hallelujah. All right, if you like what I'm doing, if you appreciate what I'm doing, if you think I'm working hard and I deserve to be paid, this is my full-time career, which I love. I love what I do. So if you want to help me out, the easiest way to do so is to my PayPal. That is the very first link right below this video. It's the easiest way to send me a donation. I also have a Cash App if you prefer to use that instead. The instructions on how to use Cash App are also right below the video. And if you're old school, you don't want to use the internet to send a donation, that's fine. I have 2 PO boxes set up, one up in Juneau, one down in Richmond. Doesn't matter which one you send your donation to. Still get taken away. Just remember that if you want a response to your snail mail donation or acknowledgement, you need to enclose your email address.
Discover matches all the back you earn on your credit card at the end of your first year. It's amazing because Discover's accepted at 99% of places in the U.S. that take credit cards. Learn more at discover.com/yes. 2021 Nielsen Report. Limitations apply.
And that's still a letter. If you have a prayer request and you want our prayer team to pray for you, we'll be happy to do so. Just make sure you email me. Again, my email is right below the video. Email me your prayer request. I'll get it to our prayer team. We will pray for you. All right. Again, thank you for all your love and support and prayers. I am looking forward to doing these 5 meetups over the next couple of weeks as I travel here in Atlanta and then up through South Carolina and North Carolina. And then in early July, I'll be back in Richmond, Virginia to rejoin with my wife. We're going to be there for probably a couple of weeks, and then we are planning to fly out to Anaheim, California to attend the next Clay conference, Clay Clark conference out there in Anaheim. And then from there, we're going to be probably flying up to Alaska. I haven't been there in a couple of months now, and by then it'll be 3 months since I've been there. So.
43, you only head off to go.
Channel fully focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left.
And has.
Information.
Question that people always ask is kind of like a meme. Tell me you're a 90s kid without telling me you're a 90s kid. Tell me how old you are without telling me how old you are. Tell me how much of a fan of whatever
whatever it is you are without telling me how much of a fan you are. Well, how about tell me how wrong you are? Tell me how much of a disaster everything you've created is without actually telling me. That's exactly what Portland has done. The city is falling apart, folks. The city is falling apart probably more so than any other city in America right now. I mean, with good reason. What's happened in the last 2 years in the city of Portland is unlike anything I think we've seen in American history. Near anarchy, near impunity to attack, destroy, firebomb, political threats, assaulting the mayor himself, assaulting police officers, straight up crime and terrorism across the streets. With near political support from the leadership, they've enabled it all. Homelessness crisis, a surge in violent crime, you name it, they've seen it all, and they've done nothing to mitigate it, nothing to hold the perpetrators accountable. They had a literal politically motivated murder in their city on the street, a Sicario-style assassination. And you know, a journalist was just assaulted recently and threatened with death on the streets. And there's just no accountability. Whenever you see any type of accountability on the streets of Portland, it's usually federal charges. The city itself, the DA, the prosecutors do nothing. It's the revolving door of the local court system. In the system, out the system, right back on the streets to commit violent crime again. And so what do you think's happening? Businesses are fleeing Portland like you've never seen before, and also people just aren't visiting. I know a guy who lives in Portland. He showed me pictures of downtown, and it's terrible. It's really, really awful. The city is lifeless. It looks as if the city is dying, and with good reason. And so Portland is in serious damage control mode, and like true Democrats, of course, instead of actually tackling any of the social issues or any of the problems, admitting that maybe they were wrong, maybe they were naive, what are they doing? Launching a pathetic PR campaign through the New York Times, essentially, like I told you, admitting how desperate they are without admitting how desperate they are. Let me show you guys what I mean. The city has fallen. I got a bunch of stories related to Portland and other cities that we got to talk about, but before we get into any of it, please make sure to leave a like, a comment, subscribe, share the video as much as possible. We're still shadow banned by the YouTube algorithm, hidden from non-subscribed viewers. And with that out of the way, let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so here we go. Damage control. Portland takes out a whole page ad in the New York Times after a year of riots. We got a tweet right here from Harry Hoffman. I think the people in Portland behind this ad in the New York Times forgot to mention the 120 consecutive nights of rioting. Maybe that's why people don't want to go, just a hunch. And so the ad reads, "This is Portland. You've heard a lot about us lately. It's been a while since you heard from us. Some of what you heard about Portland is true. Some is not." Well, most of it is, but let's continue. What matters most is that we're true to ourselves. Oh, trust us, Portland. We know you're very true to the concepts of Marxism and communism, attacking police officers, encouraging politically motivated terroristic murder on your streets, encouraging assaults on reporters like Andy Ngo, who are merely just reporting on the facts of Antifa on the ground. We know that you condone political violence and riots as, quote, peaceful protests, and have enabled the terrorist organization in Antifa to grow beyond control. We know you
can always count on the sun. You can chase it, bask in it, and be certain it'll be back again tomorrow. Wouldn't it be nice to drive a car you can feel just as sure of? Trade up to a Kia, ranked #1 in dependability by J.D. Power, and backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Get up to $2,250 total cash on the purchase of select new 2021 Fortes.
PayPal and Venmo touch-free payments, now accepted at CVS stores nationwide. Get a $10 reward when you make a touch-free payment of $20 plus. Open the app, ensure your QR code, then scan, pay, go. A safe way to pay in store. Shop safe with PayPal and Venmo.
Oh, you're very true to yourself. That's kind of the problem. There's a river that cuts through the middle of our town. It divides the east and the west, but it's bridged over and over again, 12 times to be specific. And that's kind of a great metaphor for this city. We're a place of dualities that are never polarities. No, you're a place of cult worship towards far leftist ideology, a place where maybe polarity doesn't exist because it's not allowed to exist. Conservatives are shunned and assaulted on your streets, and in one case, murdered. Spare me with empty platitudes. Two sides to the same coin that keeps landing right on its edge. Anything can happen. We like it this way. Yeah, anything can happen. Like the constant firebombing of police departments and federal courthouses and federal and local police officers as well. Like the literal murder of have a Trump supporter on your streets. Anything can happen. But like they say, we like it this way. No wonder no one wants to go to Portland. This is the kind of place where new ideas are welcome. What? Whether they're creative, cutting edge, or curious at first glance, you can speak up here. You can be yourself here. You can speak up and be yourself. As long as you cave into our authoritarian leftist model of free speech, you can speak here. If you're conservative, well, we'll just allow people to assault you on the streets and we won't do anything about it. We won't charge the individuals responsible. If violence happens the other way, however, oh well, wait till you see what happens. Do you guys believe how disgusting and disingenuous this ad is? We have some of the loudest voices on the West Coast. And yes, passion pushes the volume all the way up. We've always been like this. We wouldn't have it any other way. We have faith in the future. We're building it every day, the only way we know how, by being Portland. Come see for yourself. Love Portland. How desperate is that to combat the narrative? And it's not even a narrative, it's just the truth about Portland. Portland is building what? They've built nothing. The city is crumbling. Crime is up. The streets look like this. It's turning into a third world hellscape where people just don't feel safe. It's turning into a third world hellscape where people just don't feel safe. Families, couples, professionals, people who don't necessarily have to stay in Portland because of their financial connection to the city are fleeing. No one wants to raise their children on these streets anymore. I mean, for Pete's sakes, even the mayor of Portland, Ted Wheeler himself, had to move his family because he was under constant threat. But from their perspective, Portland, the city of vision and passion and free speech and stability, breaking Portland Police Riot Squad resigns following indictment of officer. The entire police riot squad resigned. Sounds stable to me. Portland Police Union says violence encouraged and enabled by elected officials led to riot response team resignations. Mayor Ted Wheeler got pepper sprayed. He gets shouted off the streets anytime he tries to join any type of public event or protest. The man was just eating at a restaurant and got assaulted randomly by an Antifa weirdo. His condo building was nearly sieged by a group of black-clad Antifa weirdos on the streets. They destroyed the dentist's office downstairs and burnt all the furniture, causing him to have to flee and move elsewhere. But nothing to see here, folks. Portland's under control. Breaking Antifa and right-wing protesters brawl near Portland. Constant brawls and riots. The same people churning through the legal system, arrested, back on the streets over and over again. And Portland's not the only place where that happens. It seems to just be a left-wing phenomenon in general. District attorneys dropped looting case from last year's riots in NYC, leaving business owners disgusted. You guys remember this incident from the end of May? Well, the guy who committed that assault in New York, homeless man with 40 prior arrests, busted for slugging Asian woman. Cops 40 times the man was arrested and let right back on the streets. Suspect in Seattle homeless encampment fatal stabbing is recently released repeat offender. We get reports of assaults 2 to 5 times a week from our own employees, people being yelled at, people being hit. People are arrested and then immediately let right back on the streets to rain terror on the law-abiding, tax-paying citizens over and over again. Homeless encampments are basically unregulated. They can do whatever they want, go wherever they want, and police officers can't do anything. They have rap sheets of anywhere from 200, 250 crimes and charges over and over again, depending on how long they've been on the streets. And they just get out of the legal system over and over and over again. At one point, enough has to be enough. But from the latte liberal perspective, it's all about compassion. Compassion for everyone except for the victims of these crimes. This is why places like Portland, Seattle, New York, California, specifically Los Angeles and San Francisco, are falling apart. It's this idealistic, naive, liberal policy that pretends to be compassionate, but is truly not so. There's a total lack of compassion and a lack of care for the individuals who deserve to be prioritized. If you're raising a good family, paying your taxes, creating jobs, a healthy member of society in your community, you deserve to be prioritized by the government, but instead they prioritize criminals over and over and over again in a total slap in the face. And let's reread the article that I read earlier, which is going to make the exact point. District attorneys dropped most looting cases from last year's riots in NYC, leaving the business owners owners disgusted. There you have it. Who do these policies hurt? Law-abiding, tax-paying citizens, like I always say. That's just what Democrats do. No wonder Portland is falling. Now they're desperately trying to put out ads for tourism, trying to save face in their PR campaign, because the city has fallen. No one wants to live there, and no one wants to visit such a dysfunctional environment. And it's a sad thing, because Oregon, as a whole, is a beautiful state, but Portland is ruining it for everyone else. That's what I got for you, though. If you enjoyed the video, please make sure to leave a like, a comment, subscribe, share the video as much as possible. We're still shadow banned by the YouTube algorithm, hidden for non-subscribed viewers. I gotta get back to work, though. I want to thank you guys for watching. I'll see you on the next one.
More information.
Discover matches all the cash back you earn on your credit card at the end of your first year. It's amazing because Discover's accepted at 99% of places in the US that take credit cards. Learn more at discover.com/yes. 2021 Nielsen Report. Limitations apply.
An explosive Loudoun County, Virginia school board meeting over proposals including requiring school staff to use students' preferred gender, pronouns, and names. 2 parents later arrested for allegedly refusing to leave the building after fierce public comments. Watch.
Today, instead of focusing on the hate that seems to be dripping off the followers of Jesus in this room, and from their kids in our schools, I wanted to take the time. Oh, wait. I can wait.
I've noticed a pattern. You treat your bosses, most of us, like children. You treat the woke mob, your employees, and teachers' unions like the boss. And you treat children who have not harmed you like pawns in your leftist social experiment. When you give us a timeout for clapping, you say, look at me, I'm the captain now. You're not the captain, we're your bosses, and God willing, we'll return most of you to the private sector very soon.
You're teaching children to hate others because of their skin color. And you're forcing them to lie about other kids' gender. I am disgusted by your bigotry.
Madam Chair, I move to end public comment.
There's been a motion to end public comment. Is there a second? Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. Public comment is now ended. We'll move to our next agenda.
Based on what transaction?
Joe Concho, I tell you, the thing that really stands out there, though, is when they shut that mic off, shut the people down, freedom of speech. What's your thought on how that plays a role in all of this?
Apparently, it wasn't the right speech, right, Harris? And look, the Loudoun County School Board is being called the wokest and worst school board in America by parents there, and for good reason. And for those who think that this is some deep red county, think again. Joe Biden got more than 60% of the vote in 2020 in Loudoun County. It's also a very active county. They're very involved. Nearly 80% of registered voters there actually voted in the 2020 election. That's obviously well above the national average. So look, I'm a parent, and the number one topic at barbecues, and thank God we could go to barbecues again, and soccer games and softball games this summer, it's what's going on in schools in terms of what we're teaching our kids and where the focus lies. Because while we focus on race and privilege and sexual orientation and transgender, we're taking our eyes off the very things that prepare our children for adulthood. The U.S., all the money we spend and we allocate to the Department of Education, all the advanced resources that we have in this country, we don't even rank in the top 10 in science. We're 30th in math, Harris, 30th. And you want to know why U.S. companies turn to Asia and India when they want young adult workers instead of getting them here from home? You have your answer, because we're taking our eye off the ball. Those countries, those regions are preparing their kids for adulthood. And here we're focused on all those other things, and parents finally are clearly fed up.
Morgan, Kaylee, 2 new moms. And I say that because you are focused probably for the first time in your lives on what would I do. Morgan?
Well, I think it all comes down to a matter of choice for the parents. And here's what I mean by that. You know, school boards and teachers need to understand that they don't raise children. Parents raise children. And I think about Florida, where Kaylee and I are both from. You know, we've had school choice in Florida for over 20 years. And as I was watching, Jeb Bush was actually talking about this earlier today because he's the governor that brought in school choice. And as I was watching that Loudoun County exchange, I thought this is why we need school choice, because I see a lot of frustrated parents who want to raise their children and who may not have a choice about where they send their kids to school. We also saw this during the pandemic, COVID-19. The frustration that we see from parents is that they haven't been able to send their kids to school. And then when they finally can send them to public school, they may be teaching them something that is just, in their minds, an indoctrination. Also, going back to Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis said today that he's going to require high school students, he's putting a bill forward, to be taught about the evils of communism and totalitarian ideologies. So over and over again, I think in our home state of Florida, the governors are getting it right.
You know, I'm curious how we got here. Did we just kind of quietly slide into this, or did you, I mean, with the former administration, was this a talk? Was this a subject? Did you see us headed in this direction?
No, it's a good question. And no, we didn't see it heading in this direction. I think this movement has been emboldened because now you have a Democrat president, a Democrat administration. They feel a little tailwind behind them. But it is a slow fade that's been happening in our schools, and we've got to broaden this out to what all is going on outside of Loudoun County here in New York City, where parents were paying $55,000 to send their kids to the Dalton School, the kids' first graders. 6-year-olds were showed a cartoon about self-pleasure in their anatomy. 6 years old. This happened in Connecticut as well. In Loudoun County, a Christian student was forced to basically sit in the broom closet because he didn't want to partake in this, be taught about transgender policy. That should be at home, not for the teacher to do. This is a very scary place in society where our kids are being taught a set of values and principles by their teachers when all they need is an education, which is why I say done with private school, done with public school, parochial school. Because at my all-girls Catholic high school, you wouldn't have been taught, lectured on morality like this.
You know, it's interesting because the Supreme Court decision that came out today had to do with free speech by students. And the Supreme Court said, quote, public schools are the nurseries of democracy.
Your new home, away from home. Head to ChevyDriveChicago.com.
Democracies here. And that's what flew in my head as you were speaking that. That's exactly right. She set the landscape well for what this board meeting is. And just to flesh it out a bit further, so 259 parents and members of the community signed up to speak at that board meeting. 51 were allowed to speak.
Well, they shut their mic down.
Exactly. That's my point. No wonder parents are furious. Their voices aren't being counted in the decisions made about what to teach the kids and decisions how to affect the children. And now their voices aren't being heard. And also in that board meeting, parents were bringing up a lot of those issues. So it wasn't just about the critical race theory. They brought up the fact that the Christian child was held in a closet while they were being taught about transgender policies. They brought up the fact that the school board had appealed the judge's ruling to reinstate teacher Tanner Cross, who spoke up that transgender policies and issues went against his faith and certain consternations he had about that. They said, we want you to stop your appeal. Stop wasting our taxpayer dollars that our children are members of this district. In doing so, they also brought up the fact that there are many of those school board officials that are being recalled right now. The parent said, resign. We want our tax dollars to stop paying your salary and paying for this recall effort. There was even more. So there's a whole host of issues going on there in that toxic school board. Those parents are right on, and I feel for all of them, especially now those that have arrest records.
All right, we just got this in from Mike Emanuel, who's our chief Washington correspondent. He was actually at that meeting. He joined us on Fox and Focus last hour. This just coming in. He wants to know, the sheriff's department now says it was the Loudoun County school superintendent who declared the meeting an unlawful assembly. Now that's an interesting detail. I think we needed to know that. It directed attendees to leave, the school superintendent and the board, and advised those who stayed would be charged with trespassing. The sheriff's office wants to make it clear it was the superintendent calling the shots, not law enforcement.
Oh yes,
When
I did see this. The parents
to shutting it down.
Shame on you because progressive left members of the community had basically doxed conservative members and published a record of where they lived and their names. That's what they were talking about at that moment when they said shame on you as the superintendent tries to shut it down. they're trying to silence these conservative voices.
It's so interesting because it gets pinned on the cops because they're the ones who do the arresting. But the questions now by local media in Virginia, and maybe it'll attract some network like our Mike Emanuel is there. The questions have to be asked at that school board now. Do you want parents to get involved or don't you? If you're going to grade their answers, what happens when you're wrong? Are you willing to take responsibility for your right or wrong decision?
Sure, and now the parents can't even speak. So their kids are forced to be brainwashed with a certain set of morality that they should be taught at home. And in addition to that, now the parents can't even voice their complaints because, interestingly enough, it was the superintendent who said, it's time to wrap this up. After 6 speakers voiced support for the transgender policy.
Out of 250 on the bill, we heard from 51, as you said. But it's hard to shout with no microphone, although I've done it.
It's a result against the left's radical identity politics agenda all across the country. Remember that New Jersey school district that yanked all holiday names off the calendar just to avoid hurt feelings? Well, they just reversed course. Concerned parents say they're being smeared as, quote, right-wing fanatics after calling out the school board.
It brought shame and notoriety upon our idyllic town. So after you overturn this idiotic decision, you will resign. All of you will resign today.
You've managed to wake up the entire community of Randolph. This is a flashpoint. We draw the line in the sand. You have overreached.
In Loudoun County, Virginia, the epicenter of the pushback against critical race theory, the school board there is meeting for the final time this year tonight. Parents telling school officials they won't be silenced.
This is about a parents' movement to take back our schools, to get a seat at the table with how our schools are run. You have special interests, you have activists, that's the only groups they seem to listen to, whereas parents show up every day to try and make their voices heard, and we get ignored.
And in Colorado, a mayor there tried to suspend the Pledge of Allegiance at school board meetings due to unspecified reasons, but attendees recited it anyway.
Due to direct and indirect threats, inappropriate comments in and out of public meetings, and the general divisiveness that she's creating in our community, we will not be doing the Pledge of Allegiance during Town of Silverton Board of Trustee meetings.
But it's just been done for a long time.
And
because we all took an oath. And we as a board collectively decided it would be done.
This is not up for discussion at this moment.
Oh, not up for discussion, Dana. Do you really think it was divisive, the pledge? Maybe one person said they didn't like it.
Maybe they got like a tweet.
Right.
A tweet and there's a panic. When everybody attending the meeting stands up and says the pledge anyway, at the end, that guy, the moderator, he says, that's out of order. I think that we are showing examples all across America, first of all, of what it's like to actually attend a school board meeting. I was talking to a guy the other day who was at one of the Randolph meetings. He said, never go to a school board meeting my life. And now they've gone to several of them, and you see American parents all across the country saying, wait, what's going on in my school district, and showing up at school board meetings, which is actually, I think, very healthy. You want people to be more energized and engaged, and possibly you'll see somebody, like an Ian Pryor. I'm not speaking for him, I don't know, but you could imagine that because he has awoken this movement in Loudoun County, Virginia, perhaps he'll run for school board. You always ask yourselves, well, would you want to run? Would you want to run? And actually getting into the arena is one of the important things. The average American is more patriotic, more moderate, more, much less partisan than any media conversation would have you think.
And that's where the action is, Greg, school board meetings.
Yeah, look, I'm a little pessimistic. I think it's too late. We have 3 examples here. When you have 3 examples, you have a segment, right? It's like if there were 2, we wouldn't have done this, but we had 3, and I applaud it. And these people are brave, but I think it's too late. I think the indoctrination is present in our culture, our entertainment industry, academia, and also our corporations. Have you seen a typical HR email lately? We won't mention it, but the language is directly lifted from academic identity politics lexicon. It is everywhere you look. I don't think I've seen anything spread so fast in my life, and it preys upon these 2 the two flaws of human nature. One of them is fear. People are terrified of being ostracized or losing their jobs, or both, which is why you see students parroting this woke babble from their teachers, and you see corporate execs embracing the diversity platitudes, and why entertainers are so desperately waving the BLM flag. It's because they'd rather you not look in their past for any sexual indiscretions. That's fear. But the other thing is that fear causes people to blend in, right? This is why human beings imitate each other's behavior. They don't want to stand out. That was the whole week. That was a method for survival. So if you don't want the woke after you, then you parrot the woke, right? It's mimetic camouflage. So that's why I believe that this stuff is spreading, and I don't know how to stop it, because fear and just wanting to belong is letting it happen, and it's happening all around us. That's why these things are. I'm glad they're there at the school board, and maybe that's where the fight has to happen, because it's visual and people will be persuaded by it. But I think about, like, are we going to have a fight with our corporate HR? No. Are people going to fight at the principals at their school? Well, I guess they are. But in colleges, are they going to go after entertainment? I don't know.
I, for one, think our HR department does a bang-up job.
I was using it as a generic.
But I think you're right about corporate America. They've surrendered to the woke people, but I disagree on the school board front, Dagan. I think parents are very outraged, and they're not going to put up with it anymore, and that's where they're getting traction, and that's why we're showing this.
And that's where the change begins to happen, because the people who are working in HR at these major corporations, who are making marketing decisions purely for the fringe left, they were indoctrinated through college, and that's who's working in these corporations now. So if you start at even the grade school level, the high school level. But to Data's point, most Americans are go along, get along kind of folks who really try to avoid controversy. They work their asses off. They're dealing with their families and their friends and church, and maybe they want to go fishing once every few months. They really don't have time for this nonsense. But all it takes is one small group of trifling, sanctimonious jerks to set them off. And I call it the reverse domino theory. So instead of falling down one by one, you have it just takes one person to stand up, one outraged parent, one or citizen speaking up, and then 10 more will stand up because they feel supported, and they get loud. And that's how change happens. And this is not, they're trying to paint it like these are conservative parents and conservative individuals. No way. You start to look at who a lot of these people are. They are across the spectrum of races and socioeconomic groups, but they see their children being indoctrinated into hate.
It's like you're talking about an educational tea party.
Yeah.
Grassroots.
Yeah.
That's where the action is. Richard, I assume you agree with everything that we just said.
Listen, I spent my afternoon reading some of these critical race theory bills because I think reading is fundamental.
Never heard of that.
And you know what? I was dismayed because not only are these bills poorly worded and vague in their writing, but some of these bills make literally no sense. Right? The bill in Iowa bans the teaching, and I wrote it down. It bans the teaching of the following topics: sexism, slavery, racial segregation. Well, it's in the bill. Did you read it?
That is not true.
Did you read it?
I haven't read the bill.
Okay,
but I would bet. No, I will tell you something. I will bet.
Then you don't know.
Find anything in the bill that says we will not teach slavery in school in Iowa.
It says it's prohibited from the curriculum.
I guarantee you, Richard.
It's prohibited from the curriculum.
It's
It's in
teaching
section 5 of the bill.
slavery in history
Well,
class
allow me
in the
to
state
finish.
of Iowa.
Allow
I
me-
guarantee that's
allow
wrong.
me to
And I
finish.
say that with no knowledge of the bill.
Okay, well,
No knowledge of the bill.
Therein lies your
If that
problem.
actually was in the bill, it would have been on the front page of every newspaper in this
Well,
country.
but actually was in Iowa, but that's what I was saying.
Johnny,
So the topics that it currently rocks is sexism, slavery, racial segregation, racial discrimination, including topics related to the enactment and the enforcement of laws resulting in sexism, racial oppression, and segregation. That's like half of American history.
Yeah, so you're back in history's banned.
Excuse me.
History's banned
So
in
what
Iowa.
that actually means is if you're a student, a high school student in Iowa, and you're studying for the American AP history exam, you're likely to fail because half of these topics won't be taught.
Okay.
So
they're
good
just
luck
gonna
to the
skip
students in
over
Iowa, and the
They
people in
from
Oklahoma,
1776, they're not
Middle
teaching
Tennessee.
from 1776
Well, actually,
to 1965.
They can't teach them.
History started in 1965 in Iowa.
Actually, if you really were to be specific, they really couldn't teach 1976 because Abigail Abigail Adams' letters to her husband about remembering the women would actually be legal.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Bill in
They don't
Iowa.
even start in 1760.
I'm just telling you what the bill
They
says,
starts in
which is
Iowa
part of the problem.
in
Which
1965.
is part of the problem,
According
because
to
if you
Richard.
attack critical race theory and actually not talk about what's actually being taught in class, which is the truth about American history, we have this dilemma, which is vaguely, poorly written, quickly written bills that make absolutely, positively no sense.
We will find out the truth about the bill in Iowa, and then we will tell you
Have fun
as
reading
soon
them.
as
I
we
did.
find out.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Clear valid temporary visitor's license.
That's our idea of, that's the whole thing about what privilege is that people don't like to have their pleasure interrupted.
And if you really want your pleasure interrupted, tune into Down Limit. It's another glorious Monday in the city that never sleeps. Who are we kidding? There's bums passed out all over the place. But the rest of us have to stay up all night and guard our stuff from looters. It's true. According to the NYPD data, hundreds of suspects nabbed for looting and rioting after the George Floyd protests have all had their charges erased. Yet the charges were wiped out like the cat after having one too many vodkas in first class.
Yes, you're a queen.
Aaron Queens! The dismissal of charges must be great news to business owners who can look forward to more repeat customers from their growing base of faithful looters. It's sort of like a steal one, get 100 free sale. It's a lesson in incentives. Lack of punishment doesn't just remove a disincentive to crime, it becomes an incentive to do more of it, as if the flat screen you stole wasn't enough. According to an NBC New York investigation, the Bronx, a borough ravaged by fires and mass looting, saw more than 60% of the charges dropped. And in Manhattan, where looters freely assaulted Soho and Midtown, over 200 of those arrested had their cases dropped. But according to the media, pointing out that problem makes you the problem. Take New York City Mayor candidate Andrew Yang, who in the last mayoral debate tried to explain what every citizen in this shaken town understands.
The fact is, mentally ill, homeless men are changing the character of our neighborhoods. A woman, my wife Ellen is friends with in her mom group in Hell's Kitchen, was punched in the face by a mentally ill man. This is happening in New York City, and we're not talking enough about it. Families are leaving as a result. Yes, mentally ill people have rights, but you know who else have rights? We do. The people and families of the city. We have the right to walk the street and not fear for our safety because a mentally ill person is going to lash out at us.
Amen. He makes sense. He speaks soberly and rationally. The exact qualifications Democrats hate in a mayor. Consider New York Times columnist Michelle Goldberg, who upon hearing Yang, wrote this, quote, "Every other candidate spoke of homelessness as a disaster for the homeless. Yang discussed it as a quality of life problem for everyone else." Because of that, she couldn't vote for Yang. So she's stupid or deliberately misleading. It's hard to tell. She's got a track record for both. But her assumption is that if you express concern about the legitimate safety concerns of the city you live in, you lack compassion for the homeless. It's as if normal folks can't hold two ideas in their heads, that we can't aid the homeless and the citizens who deal with them on the streets. Maybe it's just the writer who can't hold two ideas in her head, and her stupidity prevents others from speaking out, knowing she'll label them fascists for wanting to protect their loved ones. I didn't think weaponizing compassion was possible, but that's how Michael Bolton got me to buy all those albums. But maybe Goldberg's idiocy is designed to make her readers feel smarter. By the time I was done reading her column, I felt like I could have solved a Rubik's Cube with my toes. So the next time you wonder why the street seems like a war zone, blame your lack of compassion for expecting better. This, as Joe Biden's White House asked American citizens to report on friends and family who have potentially radicalized beliefs. No, they didn't say report on someone who did something. but report on someone who believes something. And you know what that means. A different political view will now be viewed as radical, because that's how Democrats operate now. And what a better way to unify the country than having families snitching on each other. Real crime is okay. Thought crime is severely punished. So while actual criminality is now a protected class, the White House will direct funds and agents to an internal threat that is yet to present itself as a cohesive thing. Like, who are these massive, well-organized domestic terrorists? You mean the looters and the gangs? A lot of them sure don't look like white supremacists. So why this new war on terror? Well, it's a distraction and an expansion of power. And this expansion involves targeting people whose views run counter to the White House, intimidating opposition into silence and driving them underground. That can't be good. I guess allowing left-wing mobs to attack you isn't the only way to shut you up. Meanwhile,
Congress has passed a bill allowing homeowners to claim $3,627
I have to fire off this patient in the narrative. You can just run a complete.
by President Biden. Biden's COVID-19 relief program includes $10 billion for eligible homeowners to help cope with the pandemic. This will help our homeowners with bills, mortgage payments, home improvements, appliance upgrades, remodels, and other miscellaneous expenses. There is no cost, no obligation to qualify for this program. The stimulus package takes about 2 minutes to see if you qualify. After you qualify, you will receive a release check in the mail in about 5 business
49. Your first check didn't really come through. I got 48 still on speed at the 6. I'll get in the complaints. What was your up to that?
Only available online. Make sure you claim your $3,627 today by clicking the link below.
User, did you take the key?
There's been actually a rise in crime over the last 5 years, but really the last 18 months. And so it's an opportunity for the president to speak to what he's going to do to help address that. And as we've seen around the country, it is a concern of many Americans, Republicans, but also Democrats too, not necessarily through a partisan lens.
We are seeing a downward trajectory. Other cities are continuing to see a climb. Now, I'm the first to tell you that's called to a single person has been shot, a single person has been killed.
Politicians won't blame families for raising their kids. The kids are raising their kids right now with 117,000. That's your problem. That is your absolute problem.
Crime wave through some big cities across the country, and it's very tangible. You can see the
I don't know if you got me, I got two calls about
Chicago,
children playing in the streets, 90,000 in Chicago, obviously, up in Campino.
Los Angeles, New York, looking at Portland, 533% in homicides, 126%.
Okay, not receiving any calls yet.
As
Okay, I'll cut off that way.
speaking about crime across the country.
Is that bills out there or is that on
Our panel will expand it tonight. Fox News senior political analyst Rick Hume, Ben
If
Dominguez,
that
publisher
calls,
of
then
Federalist,
say probably
Paul Weiss,
about
and national
that
political
call.
correspondent of National Public Radio, and Trey Gowdy, former congressman from South Carolina. Rick, it's a big issue always whenever law and order becomes an issue politically. But the fact that President Biden is going to address this directly, obviously it's raised to a different level.
It does, Brad, and he's wise to try to really say something about it. What he will actually do or propose doing the better remains to be seen, obviously, but this has always been a potent issue politically. And if you look around the country, the statistics you showed just now speak for themselves, but you got stores closing in San Francisco because they can't do anything about the shoplifting. You've got the riot squad quitting in Portland. You've got those awful scenes of violence in the streets of New York. People notice this stuff. And they don't like it, and they never have. So if this is still the situation or something like it when these midterm the gravity that the party with the White House always faces in the president's first midterm is likely to be very heavy indeed, and the president needs to do something.
You know, Laura, we pointed out before, as a candidate, Joe Biden was not for defund the police, but the Democratic Party, at least a wing of it, did talk about it a lot and still talks about it, about repurposing dollars. So that becomes an issue.
It becomes an issue, and it certainly is featured in a lot of these Democratic autopsies about why they didn't do better down ballot in 2020, and a lot of them have said that defund police slowed slogan became something that Republicans used to kind of tar a very wide swath of the Democratic Party, even candidates that weren't for defunding the police. But I think Joe Biden has a long memory and he knows what the issue of crime has done to Democratic politicians in the past, and it sounds like he's going to try to get out ahead of that. Two things are true. One, there is a spike in crime for a variety of reasons, but two, this is an issue that the Republican Party thinks is really a good thing for them politically. Of course, a spike in crime is bad for everybody, but they're pushing this, and it's going to be interesting to see what the president says later this week when he talks about this and how he can help his party get removed from that label of wanting to be funded.
It was 3 years ago today, we lost our colleague, Dr. Charles.
147.
And we often on the show go back and look at things that we said over the top on the panel that seem to fit now. We found that that is because we're having a strike. Police are being going into the pulling away dangerous incident of confrontation because it used to be if you were in a police officer confrontation. One thought I escaped alive and now he has to think, how is this going to work on the video? How will I be treated tonight? And how will I be ultimately treated by the legal system? And once you have to get that factor, the policeman is.
The 1016 that occurred at 398 North Roy, apartment number 10, 398 North Roy, apartment number 10. Both halves are calling this in. Barry Castro advises that.
It's right again, and you add to that the calls to defund the police, and then the following of the Democrat Party, if that's the right phraseology, some of them even said they wanted to eliminate the police and hire social workers. You have these
bipolar, mentioned harming herself. She's also on the phone. She stated that she's trying to get away from the boyfriend and his toxic mother. She's walking toward Olivet in a black Sandra.
They can't tell the difference between an arsonist and a peaceful protester. It is the most natural and probable consequence in the world that you're going to see a spike in crime when you have seen a spike in lawlessness.
38.
Dr. Crown,
I want to drive on. I'm going to have to
appreciate about this moment is that smart Democrats are looking at the numbers that they're seeing among Hispanic voters across the country. And they're seeing a real backlash against not just the defund the police rhetoric, but also the rhetoric of Black Lives Matter, the rhetoric of anti-racism, etc. Things that are not viewed within the Hispanic community as appealing to their interests, particularly when it comes to education. I mean, we've seen across the country this backlash against teachers' unions that I think conservatives would be very wise to seize upon in these midterms to really push back against the dominant political power of teachers' unions and their ownership of so many Democratic politicians. This is something that I think is a huge opportunity for Republicans. Whether they are able to actually seize upon it, whether they're able to build upon it, is really going to be up to them. And I think that really is an open question going into these midterms, but it is going to be based on all of these issues of crime, education, and this type of racial politics that I think has become so toxic in recent years. Speaking about Paul's word, yeah, go ahead.
I got a 1050 going to minor in front of the post office, 116 North Main when you're coming.
Which we are covering very well. I'm not sure how much other media has. I think it's penetrated the public. The president's ratings on immigration are very poor. So even if he begins to get some kind of a handle on his urban lawlessness, the situation at the border, I think, is politically toxic. And we hear now from the White House, or from reporting from the White House, that they're about to stop deporting people who come here illegally, even as Kamala Harris is telling them not to come.
Speaking of polls, one of the pieces of legislation that will come forward this week up in the Senate is this.
I think she's near the library bar.
And in a Monmouth poll, the latest Monmouth poll, do support or oppose requiring voters to show a photo ID in order to vote. 80% support a voter ID.
Have your 1018 for an admission to pay a ticket?
This issue alone is pretty much closed.
Okay, 45.
Yes, voter ID has bipartisan support. That's why when Joe Manchin threw his alternative to HR 1, it was kind of very stripped down and just had a couple of features. 50 days of early voting, voter ID, national holiday for election day. Democrats pretty much embraced it. So voter ID is, I agree, a closed case, but there are a lot of other things that Democrats feel very strongly about, like partisan control of vote counting, which are embedded in some of these laws around the country. So yes, on that, voter ID, maybe start building some kind of compromise, at least inside the Democratic Party. We'll never get 10 any kind of voting like law, but on that one,
You can recall like maybe 7 to 10.
Yeah, so like 44 will be good.
Look for smoking.
Over here, you can see maybe
I see smoke. I see smoke. Smell gas. Yeah. I think the gas tank's leaking like that other guy worked for me. It sure looks like it.
Here we go. No one trained you how to cock and load your Barnett crossbow. First thing you do, make sure you got your hooks like that. You pull your hook, you pull.
Hey guys, and welcome to the channel. Today I have
Take,
an awesome
take the strap,
for you. We are testing
put it
our unexpected
on this
87 octane
groove.
versus 93 octane and what kind of differences
Take
that
the loop,
in a 50 Camaro as that
boom,
headers and
take
intake
the
2
loop,
didn't know that there was 87 octane
boom.
in the tank.
And then from that point, it's going to stay on the rail, it's going to ride smooth, and it's going to activate both safety switches. If you don't have both of the safety switches activated, it won't fire.
Air fuel ratio we are shooting for is a 12.8. You can see that it was pretty close across the board. Nothing, crazy. But you can also see that in the graph there are
Okay, I'm going to show you how to cock a Barnett crossbow. You have it looped into the back. You have
to tune this thing on 87 octane.
the hook on the string there, this on the outside, the hook on the inside, this on the outside, the pull. And from that point, you can just cock it easy. Make sure you have both hinges activated with the string, or it won't fire. But you cock it with it in the fire position, and then it pulls back to safety. Then you release the safety to fire. I'm going to put the phone down, pull it back, and cock it and show you. There we go. We have a successful cock. We're going to demonstrate if the arrow the string stump on both safeties. Feels like it's on both safeties. We're gonna go ahead and take a shot. We're gonna put the phone down and take the shot.
We are making some gains. I'm adding little itty bitty bits of timing. I'm gonna add 2 more degrees and see where it goes.
Clean shot.
It keeps going up.
We'll go to my target.
If it doesn't, go back
There you
down.
go.
And then put 93 in.
Nice draw. Nice draw. There you go. Home to the target. Cut the target. Cut the pillow. Phone. That's it. I'll really good phone.
Okay, 420, that's not too bad. That's where we're going to leave it. We went a little bit above, lost power. So we kind of found the right area where 87 octane works best without knocking all sorts of stupid stuff. So next steps, we are going to swap out 93 octane and see how much extra power we can get. Right now we're running somewhere around 20 to 17, 20 to 16 degrees of timing, somewhere in that vicinity. Changes as the RPM change. And ideally, I want to see 1 to 2 degrees. Usually, in my experience from years ago, like a decade ago, we had the gas prices as well. Prices are skyrocketing. However, in 87 octane units, the difference seems to be about 7 degrees of timing. So if we still hold that same amount of difference here, we should see a pretty good gain. Last time, so my CTSV that I did some testing, it actually made more power on 87 octane peak power, but only for like 100 RPMs. A very tough RPM band. I'm not sure if this is a or not, but it was about 10 more. I'm excited to see it about that. So, yeah, let's swap this out and see what happens. Hey guys, that is a real thing. Okay, so we're back at it. We got 93 octane in on this beautiful-ish day. It's not completely beautiful, but it's not cold, it's not hot. It's just right for this kind of tire. You know, see how fat I am. It's like USA fat, which actually I think the USA is a lot of people are fat in it. We're a piece of country. Anyway, yeah, politics aside, let's get back onto it. We got 93 octane in this bad boy, and we are going to bump it up from the timing that we had set. One thing to note, I did lower it down to 411 rear wheel horsepower on the last dyno run that you guys did not see. I was just making it a little bit more conservative on 87 octane because 87 is a little volatile. And we're going to run it on that one and see if it goes up or not. My guess is it's not going to go up until we start adding timing into it. We should be able to get a good 7 degrees above where I'm at currently. So we're going to give that a shot. Okay, so that first pull is almost exactly where I set that last pull. 410 rear wheel horsepower versus 411. The torque, 419 to 420 is nominally different, so we're going to just mark that as the same. And I'm going to start adding some timing into it and seeing if it goes up. I do see that the air-fuel ratio kind of changed, but sometimes when the car's cold, it runs a little bit leaner. Just for good measure, I'm going to run it one more time without making that change, actually. Can't get this. I don't have my wallet. Really? It's funny how that always happens. With BMO Harris, you don't need your wallet. You can get money from any BMO ATM using your phone. It's awesome for tacos, banking. Some things are made to be mobile when your phone is your wallet. That's the BMO effect.
So we're still in the same vicinity on the 87 octane tune, 412 and 410. It averages out to that 411 that we did last. Smidge more torque. That was one of the big things that I noticed about when I was doing this like a decade ago, was that the 93 octane provided more torque throughout the RPMs, but in the very top, the 87 octane made a little bit more power. I found this out on my 2005 CTSV. I'm not sure if it actually holds true or if it's just a fluke, but we're going to experiment with it and see what kind of power we make now. Let's add 3 degrees of timing to start, because I think that we can get a little bit further than that. Okay, that extra 3 degrees really made a big improvement. This is even more power than we saw even on the peak of our 87 octane runs, which we saw 420 on that, and then I backed down to be a little bit safe. And I have no inkling of anything going wrong here, so I am going to add 2 more degrees to this and see how the power comes out. It's looking good. We're going to give it a little cool down now. Keep on moving on up. And yeah, we're going to revisit this in about 15 minutes. See if we can add 2 more degrees. Okay, that's where we're going to leave her. The 431 horsepower, 431 torque. That's a nice gain over 87 octane. We're in a nice little safe area here, which is nice. It's a little redundant, but I said it anyway because it's so nice. And we're going to get this bad boy on the street and get her back to the owner. So, nice. So between the two, you can see that there is a definite increase in performance going to 93 octane from 87, but you had to be tuned for it if you weren't tuned for it, as we saw going to the very next one. I think that's this guy. There really was no difference. It's actually these two, 5 and 6. You can see that between these two, there was really no difference, as that was the same tune on 93 and 87. It's like 1 horsepower, 1 torque. So very important that if you are going to run 87 be tuned, and if you are going to run 93 be tuned, that if you like try to run 93 octane on an 87 octane tune, you're not going to see any gains. And so I think that we've proven that here. And additionally, we're probably going to blow the F up. So don't be stupid, be smart. Okay, guys, thanks for watching this video. I hope this was informative, and happy Memorial Day. Adios. Hey, welcome to White Script Garage. Guy decided to buy this car sight unseen, found her on FaceSpace. It's a 1971 Buick Riviera. She's a bone-tail flavor. The car's been off the road for 30 years, so I'm going to do the right thing and just fire it up and drive it about 70 miles home. That seems fine. No, bad idea. Sounds like I'm in the middle of a zoo or something around here. Things squawk. In the Buick world, this is actually a highly sought after vehicle. It's considered a third gen Rivera. But what makes this one special is it's got some 1-year-old features. Mainly the louvers on the rear deck lid that went away in '72. It's got a little bit different grille, but probably the best front and rear bumpers from the third generation, in my opinion. It's also got a 455, or should, turbo 400 transmission, and the Buick Max Track rear. You know, you got to get that power and just dig it in. I think they only made about 33,000 this year, and probably the same for '72, maybe '73. They got it looking pretty weird in '74. I don't know. They didn't make a lot of them, is what I'm saying. And this is probably the one that's sought after the most. Yeah, so the plan is, I don't have one. I guess we could just start by looking at it, see what we got, pop the hood, see if there's something there, and then we'll just start, you know, formalizing or whatever you're supposed to do when you do things. We'll look our peepers around the exterior of the vehicle. And then we'll try to find some keys, I guess, and get the trunk. I like to start in the trunk because there's a water pump or a head, maybe a rotating assembly. Kind of eases you into what kind of nightmare you're going to have under the hood here. And in most cases, it's accurate. And I'm talking like 87.92%. So this car has been sitting here the whole time. It was actually sitting over there in the driveway for so long that it sank through the asphalt. The family wasn't going to rebuild it. Like most, we start getting into rust and some other things. Life gets in the way. Just never get around to it. Some sort of light tan, beige, brownish. Underneath that, it has some sort of butterscotchy, yellowish, tannish color. Appears to be clean, I guess. It's got the nice big Buick rallies on it, so those are very correct. I'm sure they're original for this car. But this section here is what makes this car so unique and sought after. The windshield. This is very reminiscent and inspired by the '63 Corvette. So now you can picture one of those in your brain box there. And then these here are the louvers I was talking about. It's 1-year-old in '71. They got rid of these in '72. These are really cool. It's my favorite year for '71. I actually have another '71 that's dark brown. I think it's got all 3 badge layers on it. This is some trim here. Maybe it's trunk. I don't know. Had a wild thought. Smartly that was taken off, otherwise this just really starts to rot. And here, that looks not too bad. Little pinhole there. A little bit of weight reduction. Not horribly bad, though. Frame looks like it's there. Tire looks really good. More weight reduction there. Not too badish down here. But maybe just a little weight reduction there. Could be an ankle mat. We'll have to wait and see what the inside looks like. The grill's got one here. Across here for some reason. So it's same spot in the door. What happens if it's all in here? And it works its way down to the bottom. It's packed in here. Especially like leaves and needles and stuff like that. If you get wet, she just eats away on there. This is actually the basic scoops air and pulls the brakes down. It's pretty neat. Factory option. Order them that way. That's a flop it down. So I don't know. It's rusty, but I've seen worse. For sure. It's definitely really seldom. We'll have to see what the floorboards are doing. Could be fixed on a model, maybe just some ankle bands. Hard to say. Let's see if we can find the keys, because I don't have them. Yeah, we'll get the trunk and start there. I do believe I just found the keys right there. But, I wonder if the guy can get in this way. Oh, he can. Oh. No. No. Alright. Just click in, get the key. Get out. The seat just crunched in my hand. Yeah. I think I'm gonna let that just leave open for a little bit. Trunkalization engaged. Oh, she's full. Plumb full of stuff. Well, I can see the grass. Several different areas. That's fine. Boy, I better get you in here because we got a lot of things going on in here. Is that the spare tire? Oh, dude. It's got tread. Look at this. The grill replacement. We got door panels. Great. Dash marks. I guess I didn't even look at that. More door panels. More door panelage. Yeah. Let me get this out. Very cool. Bunch of trim. Front headlight nozzles. Hey, that's the rear window. They don't have ventilation like this anymore between the jams cooler. Number 9. Oh, that's 6x9 is there. Before we got started with a key and the button. Now, see, it's on.
You will know a world before electric. The all-new, all-electric Volkswagen ID4.
That sounds really good, so I'm not going to lift it up. Oh boy. Yeah. Little light shorts there. Seat belts. Need that up front. Jack that's broken. That adds at least $1.50 in value. So I don't know. Overall, it's bad. So that's good. This just rocks cars out. No matter what major model. All that stuff gets in the whatever this is called. Thing from the rubber stuff. And it just eats it alive. Probably gonna find a lot more of that indoors. Well, we did not locate any engine parts, which is, that's good. There's just the interior 14 cars. That's fine. Got some parts. Speaking of interior, let's jump in, see what we got going on in there, find some clues, and then we'll finally open the power barn, see what kind of chance we got making it home today. So far, nothing says we couldn't, right? It smells like applesauce and mulch in here, and it is really sick. What's not helping it is it's 96 degrees right? Is that white now? Probably not. Anyway, might not be warm to you, but for Minnesotans, it's called death. Basically, we just were not sure how do you deal with it, basically. I think I should get the other door open. It's just all laughing this way. I think I got some literature in here. And we do. Rivera book. We got some sort of restoration guides. This one might be cool. Hold on, I'm getting there. A little bit. Yeah, it's a service manual. And it is like a New York phone book. Look at that. It's a thick one. We might need this today. Got some parts in here. Oh, that's good. Biker fluid, can't be right. Sparkulator plugs. What year was this? 1982. Well, plug for change before I was born. So that's good. You know, they might still be good. Probably not. Let's keep going. What else we got? What is this? What is this thing? Fabrication. I know that sound. Probably lower quarter panels or something like that. No need to open it because we're not going to be doing that today. Really nothing else in here besides a severe amount of mold. So I'm going to do the right thing and just climb in. All the door panel parts must be for that, I'm guessing. You watch that video where I pulled the Cadillac out of that field. That basically all the same mold in here. And it took us a lot of work to get this smell out. And it was filthy. We got some mices and pieces. Hello! You're home, you gotta leave now. I don't know where they're at. Viper blades. I mean, they're 30 years old, but we put them on. Got the really, really sticky worn section. Also severely covered in black mold, so I'm gonna keep that. Has to be an animal of some kind. Not quite sure. Leave it alone. Oh, the tumbler's missing in the column. That's good. That'll help us get home. I'm gonna quick dive across. Get this other side open. You can hear the seat crunching as I touch it. So there we go. It's fine. Just keep going. It's got the back door locked out of our. See, this is where all that stuff falls. Gets down into the lower fenders of the door. Just eats it up. Oh, another ant infested car. Oh, that's great. That's a white or something in there. Flip these forward. Button up here. There we go. Oh, we're old. That's fine. What is this on? There's bad fish doors. Let's check it out. Starting clear. So, hard starting. Probably a dead cylinder is what that's telling us. That's great. Oh, there's the tumbler. So maybe it's not stolen? That lid looks pretty good back there, actually. It's here, and it's supposed to be up there somewhere. Oh, okay. So, alright. That's fine. I'll take it down. How many miles we got? 68,425. I don't know if I believe it. Maybe though. Dash is. What's the current pieces? I suppose we get the ignition on. Oh, great. This is the ignition switch. Since I'm going to call him, turn the key, and moves a rod. Leave. Yeah, right in here above my thumb. So that's fine. See the brake pedal here? It's not 68,000. That's 168,000. There's no way I would wear that much. And the gas pedal with just 68,000 miles. So 168,000. It does run. It's probably not going to be the greatest, but it is a Buick. It'll pretty much run forever with just some basic man-to-man. Is that a cassette player? Stereo 2 band. Oh, it was already almost full volume. That's good. We're going to have to definitely check that out. Yeah, the white smoke, yeah. That's great. Well, I'm on over here. That didn't work, actually. But let's go see what's in the glove box first. The smell has not ceased. Here's card. Whole bunch of fuses. See, I'm seeing a common issue here. The television safety switch. Looks like it. Really nothing else in there. Right. Well, it is that time. Let's get the power burner open. Let's see how many horses we got here. Yes, still has a 455. Looks completed, but it is covered in just dirt, leaves, and about 30 years of stuff. Oh no, it's got a Fram filter. So this here 455 would have had 315 gross horsepower. They changed it to net horsepower, I think, in 73 or 74, which was like 255, I think. Not sure. Probably right. But anyway, it propelled this big boat 0 to 60 in about 8 seconds. Back then, that was moving. Even today, you get a car this big moving that quick. Very impressive. I'll get you in here. We'll hook her peepers on it a little bit closer. She's even got the windshield wiper motor still. Dual horns, triple horns, quadruple horns. What is going on in here? Well, first thing, let's just get in here. 1, 2, 3, 4 horns. Oh, man. Radiator's leaking. Hose through. Fan blade. I mean, it looks really complete, actually. All the way through. I don't see. We know the car's got lights in it, but normally they get it in the sparkulators, all the digital stuff. I really see it. Yeah. A little bit back there, but we don't need that. It's got a battery in it. Hopefully that's good. That's good. Shortened up about 8 or 7 times. Custom trans cooler line. Belt is rock hard. It's got a fuel like adapter in there. It's bolted down to something. Cruise and control. Not even going to step on the brake pedal until we try to get this thing fired up. If it runs, transmission, we at least got first gear part. That would be good enough. Then, brakes. Well, I'm going to take this air cleaner lid off and see what we got going on under that. Should have a 4-barrel quad junk in there, which is fine with me. They're usually really resilient. Yeah, don't take a lot to get going. That looks like another Fram filter. Really old. Yeah, it's remanufactured in Canada. So, fuel make it after, I don't know when. It's got a rebuild tag on it. It's not locked up. Everything's working. Of course, the choke spring is not hooked up. It'll never work anyway. Let's make a closer look here, though. I mean, everything is here. You make wind as your mouth, you know, and
At Beyond, we know you see your pet like no one else does, so feed them like no one else can. Beyond gives you natural mix and match options, so you can create a bowl that's right for your pet. Learn more at BeyondPetFood.com.
well, this is dirtier than a Nicki Minaj video altogether, but it's all in here, which is good. That tag, remanufactured, that probably just saved us a ton of a heartache. They already went through that issue. The old Frigidaire pump is still on it. Really tight. I guess the next step is, before we get too carried away here now, let's get a wrench down here on the crank and see if the engine even rolls over. Make sure that it spins freely and that we can rotate it a full 360 degrees, and that'll make sure we don't have any stuck valves or valve drain, or sometimes the ridges get in the cylinder walls. It's it'll move, but it'll hit that ridge and get stuck. Don't just go boop and think that, hey, we're good to go, because it might just trick on you. Well, lo and behold, the old Hobo Freight toolkit doesn't have a socket big enough. So I'm going to do the right thing and take a hitch ball wrench here and hook it onto the charging whirler, press down on the belt, about 82 foot-pound force. And then when I spin this over, it should turn the crank down there as well. And was. And it's still doing it. More of the same, except I just slipped the adjustomatic on the turret whirler. Now the belt's poppy. Speaking of belts, I didn't bring another one of them, so hopefully that just doesn't explode if it runs. I suppose a guy can check on some fluids here, see what we got going on. Dark brown. It smells like branding cattle and severely overfilled. So I'll have to pretend I didn't see that. That back over there. As far as the oil goes. Wow, lots of gas in there. Like a lot. So someone has tried to start this girl many times. And often what happens is all that fuel just ends up in the crankcase down there. Based on the plug faller over 9,000. The lamp of gas back there, and a bunch of fuel and oil. Everything's looking really good so far, you know. Well, I got records at this point. I might as well figure out if I can even get this thing to twirl over based on the fact there's no ignition tumbler. We got wires hanging out of the column. I'm sure I'm going to have to throw a battery in it, and then we'll see if we can at least get it to turn over and crank just for a second. And if that happens, then we'll figure out we got Lakeland, I don't know, and then the fuel system and everything else. But let's just make sure it cranks over, and then we can start going. I think there's a list or something in here it's supposed to do. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay? I guess the guy should have paid closer attention to Fast and Furious, 22nd one. They just reach down with the car runs, you know. But I don't think that's how it works in real life. Maybe. I'm not saying movies are fake, you know. But there's this thing in here I know it's supposed to slide. I don't know what this is, but this might work. Just gonna jam it in here. Yeah, see? So if I go left, I can feel a resistance like you would when you turn the key and then you let go and it comes back to run. And that must be off. And A, X, S6, whatever. One way to roll it backwards. Okay, let's throw a battery in it. See if something happens. If there's another dead creature in the back, that's fine. Get this guy out. Go on and get out of here. Oh, the tray just comes out and spins. That seems fine. Just leave them in there. The guy does not like buying new batteries. But when I do, you better believe there's words like extreme in it. It's also got to have a gold handle and be on sale. This one checked all the boxes. Oh, almost hit the ground there. We're going to perform what's called a fire test once I get this on. And I call it that because basically we're smelling and looking for fire. Cars that sit like this one 30 years and whatnot. Wires get deep. They can short out and spark blade. Next thing you know, you got a big old pallet bonfire going and you're 6 cases deep and it's pop with your neighbors. So just, you know, breathe it in when you connect it. Here we go. No sparks. No fire yet. Maybe we're good. Nothing feels hot. Well, everything is actually going pretty good so far. I'm going to grab my key here again and try this again. Got a generator light. No radio. Dang. Here we go. It did. And then the fan started all of a sudden. How do you turn that on? Do it again. It's cranking over just fine. So that should work if I can crank it with the key, also known as this headliner bow. Then gently slide it back into the run position. That way the lightning can still have some storm maker to it. Then technically it should run. I wonder if a guy should just throw some fire maker right down the gap just see if it barks off. Yep, let's do that. But first, let's disconnect the fuel pump. My imaginaries are telling me the fuel tank is either completely dry and full of rust and dirt, or if there's a little bit of anything left in it, it's going to be that deck stain, maple syrup, varnish stuff. And we don't want to pull that into the fuel pump and ruin it, because I don't have another one. And we don't want to pull it into the fuel make it happen, because I also did bring a kit for that. So that's great. So this guy here, you know, he has 3 hose variety. You got one coming up here, of course, and then you're going to have the feed line, which feeds it, and then you're going to have a return line, which returns it. So basically, fuel make it happen is going to take the pressure it needs. Anything over that, pump is sent right back to the tank. The bigger one is always the inlet. That's the one we need to disconnect. So now we can crank it over and it's not going to suck anything out here. That's the plan anyway. That's decent out there. Got pretty darn lucky to watch this here. That's better for sure. Okay, what was I doing? Something with wind. Can't see nothing down here. You little stubborn elf. Why don't you just come off? Oh, there we go. We got a little bit of spillage, and it's black. There's chunks in it. So that's good. Got the line disconnected. You could just smell the varnish. She's coming in like a 6-bottle vial. Next thing, I'm just going to test for spark really quick. I could just throw some fire maker down and twist it, and if it runs, it runs. But I don't want to sit here and crank on it forever. Being this has points, it only takes 2 minutes. I'm just going to pop the lightning whirler off, and when I'm looking at the contacts, hopefully the cam and the lightning whirler there is right on an edge where I can just rock the rotor back and forth where it's going to open and close its contacts. And we should either see or hear some sparklerization in there. And that'll at least let us know we got lightning to that point. Throw that back on, then we'll put some juice down in it. I wonder what kind of box doing today. A whole bunch of spider eggs in there. That's fine. So the equipment this year appears to be in pretty darn good shape. I think whoever tried to get it running, maybe got it here. So something years ago. But keep your eye right in here. Keep it open, get back in there. Did you see that? So I don't know if you guys can see it, but she's got spark in here. So now I can just throw that back on, shoot some juice down her, and see if it makes a noise. I want to get this running as cheap as possible. But if it does make some noise here, I got some sparkulators. Well, at least put those in. Don't believe the lightning hoses on it. That's one burned or not firing right. And I also got some Earl change on the Earl. You know, it's full of gas. 843 years old. Okay, here we go. This is gas from my grandpa's riding mower. So I know that's at least 15 years old.
The violence last summer following
And then this is just some 2-second oil. I like to mix the two. When you're spraying, you'll make it happen down. Less here in a bad one.
To divert his city's
But the
resources
worst
to an
thing you can do
investigation
is
into
just
the
start spraying cars later, break way down these. This is going to help with the combat against Donald Trump.
Donald Trump, the leftist gun, no crime they are willing to prosecute to the fullest.
Does it work? That's. Oh, yeah, like a squirt bomb. I don't know. That seems like way too much. Perfect. Alright, we know we got a spark. We know it rolled over. If I can hold my headliner bow if it's right, this might make some noise here. There it went. Starter. Knocked out. More fire maker. I don't know. Sure. Something like that. Bring that up here. She's a runner. Yes. Lots of valve drain noise, but that's to be expected. Don't build oil pressure. I know you can tell by the look on my face. The guy's really happy. 455, it's got to be a runner. Of course, no faster, 2.1 seconds. Hard to say if it's a knock or anything like that. Valve train, is a little flattering, but it probably doesn't even know oil pressure yet, plus the oil that's in it is basically gasoline. So there's that too. But I think it's worth the time and money now to change the oil, put some fresh sparkulators in it, and then we'll hook up a temporary fuel system. You know, just get this thing idling, maybe, see what kind of shape it's in. Then we can move on to, we have first gear. Maybe another one. Anything better than 4 years. Well, the jack should go in there about 7 feet. Maybe let the car wide. I brought a really thin brittle piece of plywood that would break in half and put the jack on it. Didn't have any clearance. Now it's pretty solid actually. This might just work. What's the frame look like? Oh, sure. Oh, it's kind of a dance to get these bolts out of the ground. I just like to shoot the jack underneath, start lifting. It's either going to go off or down. Whoops. It's maybe the bending. Something is. What's going? Hopefully I can get stand under the control arm. That way I can get belly in, you know. How's that? Good. There's a death shaped desk. Ooh. C plus the best. I'll leave the jack under there. That way the rest can pull my body out in here like balls. It's 455. Required pretty much all for the right part. That's fine. That's good. Here we go. Here we go now. Knock down the arm, get there. Yes. Lots of gas. I'm counting it. What do we got on the negative? Kind of moving deeper now. And you know, probably had drive on here, but I gotta go down the highway. I just don't think it's good here. I did bring 2 players that are decent. They're on 68 stop rate. I thought I'd be fine with that. It's too warm in here. But players are the same exact position. So this is going to get interesting. This thing runs going down my way. Put my 2 decent ones up front. I guess nearly these 2 are spares. And now we have 4 tires to go out. Big box. This one's got the most tread on it. So, I don't know. Now, see what happens. I'm going to swap these out super quick. Now, locked up. That's good. Definitely air drag and the 90-mile-per-hour blast. We'll take that right on. Yeah. Well, you know, good thing. Looks fine. Just want to let you go ahead. Break that. That's all. Get out of here. Guys, yeah, that one doesn't have there's a ring on the inner side. You know what I'm saying? Basically, pound it up. Probably not. So, we got 1 good tire. Oh, yeah. I got that tire off there just as fast as I could. Gonna throw it away, of course. A couple reminders. This is going to be a long day. It's 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 going to be a long day. soil, that's semi-on. Being an halfway serious, it's got all of vitamins, that sort of stuff you need when adults want to have the camps. And in fact, that 1,200 calories identical with a lot of races, not fried oils out there, but it's half the price. So, my final course is going to be this hyperloop. Eliminates dry starch. That'd be good. Reduces friction. That's not flag. I like that. I'm going to take this, dump it in this one. This one's got about 4 or 5 there. And I'm going to shake on it. Hopefully it flows very well. The cinnamon truck came along. I had no idea in a second. Is that 100 miles? This actually going to be quite a bit good. Yeah. Yeah. What the heck is this BMW around here? Some of this maple syrup now. Pull them right down. Still plenty to do, even if this thing done. Still don't know if the hand gaskets are any good, if they're going to hold in there. It makes an oil pressure, right? Your whole green tubes. That's just, not thinking about it. Company, don't want 9,000 bag out here. Basically, what we're going to do is use this as a book. We're going to suck away some fuel from here. With the pump, make sure the fuel pump works. Get this engine running. This will be plenty of fuel to turn it on and also check the transmission out. Then we can make a decision based on how good or worse this is. We're going to run this in a tank, put a stock tank out of the tank. This does have a return on it. So, have the company operating something exposed. And this one goes very far. We've got my light on the top. You don't want to do it. So now I'm going to look it up. Find this connectors to the oil pump. And I just think it's safe. Run on its own stuff. Train that's all plugged in. Find way it up. And then we'll climb on it, put on it, repair it. By the way, these are on no pump. This is, yeah, start it. Put all the gears up. In this case, we don't need all of it there. So for now, we'll take it from head by your phone. Get it fired up. It starts being real kinky. But at least get it started by yourself. I'm a shower. Chill ball here. No idea what that is. Accelerator pump. I might read it. I like it. But it'll help. A couple sprays. Okay. Then, here we go. Break it up. No way. Idle. It is. Oh, I wish I had an oil pressure gauge. It's still fun. It's idling right now. Unbelievable. Still a lot of black. Come on, old girl. Don't spoil pressure gauges. Oil on the corner. I wonder on this. It's really not that. Idle. It's idle. I just don't know either. But I guess I got to go looking right at it. That game sitting around there. Fire tonight on. Sits here tonight. Doesn't like the throttle. Accelerator pump. Deactivated quite a while ago. Also that no oil pressure, it seems like she's knocking like it's an old witness. But I think we should fire it up again and just hold with the knocking and things just quiet it down a little bit. Sounds like it's not clear, it's really not that big of a deal. We just don't want to get a bunch of RPM in it. Like on the air load or something like that. So being it doesn't have an accelerator pump, give her a couple more sprays, fire it up. Headliner. No. Then I put the headliner. Say that should be enough. Well, the crying and praying, not waiting for punishment. So mine's really bad. That rain still got to come back around. You know, with that fuck your chores, work really good. I just let rain on, but you get that rain down to that, you know, nice and snazzy. Oh, no. They'll never come back. Now what happened? I sprayed a leak in this now. Wow, I just never seen such big clouds. There you go. There you go. Yeah. I wonder if the guy that runs electric pump into the man well pump. I think that's what we're gonna do. Sometimes the diaphragm is crispy in there. You gotta juice it up a little bit so it starts bubbling. So this is all rated up. All I gotta do is flip the switch. There we go. So I'm gonna flip this on, juice it. And with any luck, the man well will start working again. We're not really gonna go. We'll let it run off of this for a little bit. I'm gonna reconfigure this. Headliner going hot. Headliner going hot again. It's gonna be a little tricky. It's not an accelerator pump. It's still not. I wonder if we got a stuck needle in there. Let me get my precision needle adjuster. There we go. Here, this just changed. Tell them. Now we got accelerator pump. So she was stuck needle. Now she's running. There we go. Oh, hey, that lifter went away. She not like that. Looks like a freight train, though. Just blow by coming out of here like crazy. Starting to sound pretty good now. Oh, yeah, I was adjusting that, you know, nickel. There's, you know, pump change tones. And then I can actually hear the whole filling, so the needle is just stuck. Normally, I just hit them first. I don't know. Almost like too much already. Anywho's, I'm going to reconfigure it to the fuel pump that's on board. We'll pop the radiator cap off, throw some juice in it, see if the thermostat's stuck. It will be.
then on to seeing how all the gaskets come back around. And they sit this long, you got to just cross your fingers and three toes that the head gaskets are going to reseat up and all the oil stuff, gaskets, rear main, things like that. They get really crispy. So you got to cook them nice and good, get them nice and hot, see what kind of leaks we got. Hopefully it doesn't overheat or anything like that. Oh, it's on here. Try to get it down to dust. Oh, there we go. Whoa. That's got juice in it. There's leaves and stuff floating in here. That's fine. Well, no, that doesn't leak. So that's great news. Done. That's next. Fuel pump seems to be working. So we still got a bottom line. And look at this smoke back here. Pretty excessive. Actually, really bad. So that tells us the engine's pretty higher. Or the rate we're just sticking. We're going to give her a galleon of food up here a little bit. And then we make sure that it stays cool. Like, I don't break that rate back around. After they let the beat run around. Sounds probably about open. Nope, that's not. I'm gonna move on to Helion food up. Tell some of this weird meatball. It's made out of great here for nails. Clean up that combustion chamber, bring up those sticky rings, see if we can get the smoke it down just a little bit. I couldn't do this all with the skater because they're not. Nowhere it is. See if that smoke actually we got on the camera. It's on
So now, maybe we should figure out the bill system. I don't know if they're going to pay for this one for a long time. That was dominator. I don't know how to do that. But I took gambling as the thing here to get it back. And I got like one filter for 11 miles. It was bad. This one, I gotta go 75 miles. Saving 7 miles a gallon. Bringing it 10 miles a gallon. This is going to be really close at 1.5 gallons. But, don't maybe throw it on the passenger seat. And then bring some water up in there. I think there's some weird 5-gallon jug and store it up here. Maybe that's going to be a better way than on the side of the road. Also, I'm going to play around with break the flag here. So that would come down the side. That way, when the flares go up, going forward the side of the road, it's got concrete and traffic. This one had air in it. This one has air in it. Now it's fine. So we're going to no. We're going to ignore the steering wheel. Oh, the steering column. I have no idea. This is going to turn it. But, yeah. We don't have stuff. Are we ready? Okay, that's fine. It's a temporary permanent location underneath that socket. So I got that laying on the floor. This basketball is where it has switched down on the inside right there. So it's also way down here. Comes across things and hot stuff. Right down by the bathroom here. And the back end, there's two of them made it right there. Laying on the filter. But this right here, that's all it's going to show. So it's going to keep our package off down a little bit. So that should take care of the fuel issue. No idea if it's turned right. Because I don't have a feel. I guess we'll find out when it's carrying the battery. But I think we're to the point now. Let's set this thing all the way on the ground. And if we got some sort of gear, the only thing I got to do really quick is swap these tires, air gas, whatever we want. And then we'll see this thing. Some of the heat moisture is getting out here useful recently, but it's getting a little bit better. I've been working on the railroad. Nope. Literally never have. Well, what size is this now? Not this one. That's 17 different size electrodes. 7/8. Can't be. They got tomatoes coming in? Yeah, they do. They do. Just need some water displacement on before it gets dry, I think. Imagine everything coming apart. Oh. Yeah, but I have seven. I'm smashing on pop. That's neat. Should I look at the grapes? It's not open that can of beans. Yeah. Okay. Here we go now. Are you kidding me? No, I can't. Because it's science again. I ain't gonna make it on tires. Am I? Well, just try to mold them up anyway. I don't know. We keep torquing them down. Yes. Yeah. Well, the time is here. Oh. Better get the floor checker in. No floor left. Okay. Now it's the time. In other words, time is upon us. In other words, chicken has to know. That's your chicken. Let's see if this thing's got any ears. Watch it fire right up now. Reverse. Positive reversage. Travels. There's no neutral. Did I go right over it? Well, there's neutral. We had drive too. It wants to go. Oh yeah.
something's there. I mean, the right blinker comes on when I hit it, but it makes a noise, which means back assist is working. Doesn't hold it. I've got more breaks than I've ever had in my life in this thing. What is going on? Radio still doesn't work. Get my headliner and turn it off. Well, this is a going town rig. Guys finally on. Spark Breakers here. We're in ahead 15 times. Got 2-0. She's running Richard Gates, heavily suited. And these are also the old school AC Delcos. Tell because of the way that they are. The font on that is different, and it's a different color green. These are from the 80s at best. There are 44 TSs. TS is tapered seat. 44 is kind of a middle deep range. Typically, when I buy spark lighters on old rigs like this, and I always get them hotter than what they fit in that. So under plug is going to help. tax credit. I'm very happy. There we go. Hindsight being 1324. I should have put some pages in this thing. Oh man. Bad scraping rubbing right here. Just past the top of that doorway. There are so many leaves and debris flying off of this thing. It's kind of nice. I've got to clean off the rest of it. You really got to steer on it. Oh. Is that an axle bearing? Probably. Can it make 100 miles? Gotta find out. Every time I hit a bump, stuff falling out of the ceiling. I got this Mustang that's right up in my teeth. Well, go around that. For Pete's sake, I'm doing the speed limit. All right, so we get her up to 50. You already said that? That was a nice looking. What is he carrying? Dual shovels? I definitely smell foliage burning underneath the hood, but I'm going to wait until my feet get hot. I did bring a fire extinguisher that's, well, it's in the orange. I think it means it's halfway good. Well, the transmission seems to be shifting just fine, and it's running decent. So basically it comes down to, when is it going to overheat? And when are these two tires going to bottom? That's fine. At least it's not 97 degrees out today. Maybe 98 by now. I don't know if it's really hot though. Grinding intensifies. Drinking side beer, it's not good. Can't quite pick up on what it is, but it almost sounds like a bearing or I don't know from up here. See what happens. We're just gonna keep going. I got a brake dragging back there for sure. I don't know if there's anything additional to that. I don't think it's overheated yet. Doesn't smell hot. I don't smell any antifreeze. If I can keep these two tires aired up somehow. Oh, gas check. Well, we're 1/3 of it, whatever kind of junk that is now. And we're only 8 miles in. Okay. Doesn't seem to be returning any fuel. That's not good. So we might be gassing out a little bit more than anticipated, but man, that's okay. Let's see if it restarts. I can't believe these tires now. Yeah. Making me just a little nervous there. Right. Is it though?
electronic device for free and promise to keep you informed every step of the way. Our trained technicians are equipped with the knowledge to get your device back up and running as soon as possible. And you get all this with our same 90-day warranty and excellent service that you know and love. Let the experts at your local
Well, I guess I'll have to edit this down together for football part 2. Labeled part 1, part 2. Anyway, before the speech is in, back to the timeline. I hope you guys have a good day before your night comes, which in videos, I'll say be saying night and day backwards. So day will be night and night. So it's only for like all the different camera positions and my hand beat.
This is what the Democrats do. Constant, disingenuous shift of attention, lie, mistruth, a twist. Instead of just tackling the issues head on, it's something we've covered forever. Let's talk about that. Something we've been covering forever as well is the rising crime in correlation with recent Democrat rhetoric and policy, which is to defund the police and actually defunding the police, of course, being the catalyst to the immense rising crime that we've seen. It's no surprise that nearly every single city that's defunded their police department or that's seen mass resignation across the police force, or cities that have allowed violence to continue and exacerbate on the streets without really doing anything, lying the heads of law enforcement officers and the courts based on ridiculous woke doctrine and ideology. And it's been a very weak point for Democrats. Just a week or two ago, we were talking about how Nancy Pelosi and the Democrat establishment held a meeting. They essentially had thought groups trying to figure out how they were going to combat the defund the police narrative that they've been painted with and the rise in crime that Republicans are using in ad campaigns to target them. And so, of course, they've got it. At least they think they've got it. What are they doing? What do Democrats do all the time? Ignore the actual core issue and just blame some surface level concept. Once again, Democrats are talking about gun control. The rise in crime has absolutely nothing to do with Democrat policy. It's got nothing to do with culture, a nearly revered culture of crime within some of these cities. It's the guns. Blame the inanimate object. Problem solved. Game over. Democrats win the argument. Well, not really, considering they're getting blasted as Lori Lightfoot just got absolutely decimated by Tucker Carlson on his show. Jen Psaki trying to push the exact same concept, but taken to task by Peter Doocy. Let me show you guys what I mean, and let's just try to dismantle this disingenuous Democrat talking point. But before we get into any of it, please make sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe, and share the video as much as possible. We're still shadow banned by the YouTube algorithm, hidden from non-subscribed viewers. Got out of the way. Well, let's say, all right, folks. So here's the headliner piece. One, Carlson slams America's worst mayor, Lori Lightfoot, for blaming AR-15s for Chicago's gun violence. Low IQ political leaders patronize us with the same mindless talk. It's the same talk about gun control and assault weapons. But AR-15s are the problem, and not our political class, which is clearly the problem. Here, for example, we can show you many examples, but here's just one. This is the mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot. She could go over the border and literally buy military-grade weapons with any quantity. It's tiresome even to repeat it, but again, because we are literal and connected to physical reality, we feel honor-bound to tell you once more something that Lori Lightfoot, of course, knows herself. Virtually every gun crime in the city of Chicago is committed with a handgun, not with an AR-15. Virtually no crime nationwide are committed with assault weapons. So why is she focused on assault weapons? Because the people who own assault weapons don't live in Chicago and didn't vote for her. So she'd be happy to disarm them. Tucker, once again, is absolutely correct. This is what Democrats do. It's a distraction. It's a game. It's a manipulation manipulation of your mind, using scary-looking weapons as a scapegoat to make themselves seem as virtuous crusaders. Oh, look, it's a scary machine.
Are you still interested in a solar-powered generator? Because pay special attention, because I'm going to do something that until recently we've never done before. I'm going to offer a 25% savings today, right off the top. And if you want, you can pay over time. It's only a small payment due today. Or you're willing to offer an even deeper savings, say almost 40% savings, if you decided to pay for this all front. That is something that I can do today while we have these units in stock. It does come with one of these foldable solar panels to make sure that you can charge it even after the power goes out, like during a storm. Right now, so you can put your solar panels outside and put your Patriot power generator inside. By the way, no noise, no fumes, you can use it inside. And there's more free stuff on the webpage, but you have to click the link right now to see it. I don't have time to show you out here. I'll give you a hint though, that some of these are our most popular products. We don't normally give them away for free, but when you grab one of these guys,
Even though it's literally just a fancy semi-automatic pistol, that's what an AR-15 really is. It's just a pistol with a bunch of other stuff on it, and maybe a bigger caliber or a bigger magazine. It operates in the exact same way. One pull of the trigger, one shot. But the Democrats can use a scary-looking weapon to fearmonger and use it as a scapegoat. Nearly all of the gun violence is committed with handguns, concealed weapons, which you can have in your waistband and pull out at any moment's time. So it's double disingenuous. Not only are they pointing at the actual inanimate object itself and blaming it for whatever's going on, the gun crime, but they're also blaming the wrong weapon. Now Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot and Joe Biden and the Democrats are going to combat gun violence, which is leading to hundreds of thousands of people being shot, mostly minority men in inner city communities. How they're going to combat it is by banning a gun that's not even really used in those scenarios. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. It almost comes down to this idea of perceived compassion from Democrats. Democrats don't care. I've been saying this forever. So many people that I've been in discussions with, and Bill Hemmer finally said it on Fox News just the other day. That's why it's so significant for Pastor Hughes talking about. If you can't, it's so significant.
Texts such as Free Enoch, then it may be a magic word similar to Adi-Iran and Dap-Dap-Iran. The name may originate from either Matara, keeper of the watch, or the verb Matara, to guard, to protect. The name Metatron may also be taken from the old Persian name Mithra. The Greek version of the Hebrew word to take is he was transferred. Metatron is a magical word, the name of an angel who transcends boundaries.
One of the things I would like to do is to focus on our time, this time, as evident of the
A Nassau County man proves he's smarter than a would-be scammer. The senior citizen was targeted in a ploy that fools a lot of grandparents, but not this time. CBS 2's Alice Gaynor has more.
At approximately 12:45 p.m. yesterday, 78-year-old victim received a call. That call stated that his grandson was arrested for DWI.
The only problem, according to Nassau County Police Commissioner Patrick Ryder, was this victim didn't have a grandson. However, the caller added a new element to the scam.
He gave the number of what he said was the district attorney's office.
The victim was told to call that number to verify, which he did.
If he wanted to get his grandson out, he'd have to get $9,700 in cash for bail.
But then he made another call.
The 78-year-old victim, being a retired law enforcement, contacted the first squad.
Police say undercover detectives arranged to meet 38-year-old Miguel Torres Ferreira of the Bronx at the Green Turtle restaurant on Hempstead Turnpike in East Meadow to pay the supposed bail.
Subject reached out to receive the envelope from our undercover detective. As the envelope was passed, they arrested and took the individual down.
People who are legitimately calling, for example, on behalf of someone who might have been incarcerated are not asking for money like that anyway.
We spoke with security expert David Katz on what we can do to protect ourselves and loved ones.
Be suspicious of anyone calling you and asking for money, and certainly asking for any personal information, like your social security number, like credit card information, bank account information. Do not give it out.
And spread that advice to family and friends. Alice Gaynor, CBS 2 News.
Police say scammers are using social media to find victims and gather information on them and their family members. Police add to call police to verify if you get a call that sounds fishy and is asking for money.
You've probably received a lot of spam calls that sound something like this.
This is Amazon.com. You have been charged $379.
Now, behind this harmless sounding call is a $20 billion scam industry. And today, we're going to roll over that log and see what crawls out. Because for the past 5 months, with the help of my trusty glitter bomb, which I typically just reserve for porch pirates, I worked my way up every rung of the slimy chain of command involved in this scam. This journey is going to take us around the world and through 5 states. It involves Homeland Security, stakeouts with PIs, and of course glitter bombs, and the scammers trying to hopelessly rid themselves of sparkly evidence before getting arrested. I'm going to show you exactly how they make so much money off these calls. So buckle up, because it gets wild. Now, all this started for me when I was working on Glitter Bomb 3.0 this past November, and I kept getting those annoying calls, so I thought maybe to return the favor, I could send them my harmless box that shoots out glitter and fart spray when you remove the lid. Now, my buddy Jim Browning has a YouTube channel where he's able to reverse the connection to the scammer's computer and then thwart them in real time as they try and scam someone else. My idea was to have a legitimate victim agree to send the money, but then we'd work with them to actually send a glitter bomb instead. So Jim checked all the scammer computers he was currently monitoring, and it just so happened a woman named Tracy was being scammed for $12,500 at that very moment. So he immediately tried reaching out to her and eventually got through.
Hello? Hello, Tracy. This is Jim Browning here again. I'm calling you. Hopefully you've got my voicemail.
Here's what happened.
Now listen carefully to what Tracy's about to say here, and hold your judgment about how could anyone ever send $12,000 in the mail until I explain how the scam works in a minute, because I hate to give these guys credit, but it's pretty clever.
They were supposed to give me a refund of $300, and when I put it in the computer, I mistyped it as $13,000. So I had to send money back to them, $12,500, and that's where I am.
Right. I'm hoping you haven't sent that money.
I have sent it.
I hate to break this to you, but this whole thing is a scam.
Well, what do I do now?
I'll tell you what to do, Tracy. You leave this to me and Jim. The first thing we did was look up the address they told her to ship the money to. And given there were 6 cameras outside, this clearly was some kind of safe house for the scammers. We then had Tracy call FedEx to cancel the package, but just in case, we hired 2 PIs to be on the scene that day to intercept it. And we knew we shouldn't do that right in front of the house because they'd probably be watching. But since we weren't sure which direction the FedEx truck would come from, we overnight shipped a package to a bunch of their neighbors that explained they were randomly selected to win one of these super cool Glitter Bomb t-shirts. And if you wanted to buy one of these from markrober.com to help support making more videos like this, I'm certainly not going to stop you. This will allow us to speak to the delivery driver somewhere up the street to get the package stopped in time. And the plan worked flawlessly. Because despite Tracy's efforts to get it stopped, her package was in fact out on the truck for delivery.
Tracy, something, yeah, that's the one, don't close this one, please. This is what's going on. If that one's gone, that's also going to send it again.
But in a wild twist, there was a second package going to the same location addressed to the same fake name. Her name was Phyllis, and we later found out her package contained even more cash than Tracy's.
Okay, so that one's going back, right? And then
And FedEx was cool enough to eventually return the packages. So both Tracy and Phyllis got all their money back. And when the scammers angrily called Tracy back, asking why the package didn't arrive, she explained she accidentally selected 2-day shipping instead of next day air, so they would get the package tomorrow. And that's where I switched from defense to a very light offense. And so the next day, we delivered the package in an official-looking vest.
Have a good holiday. Thank you.
And waited for the sweet retribution.
Driving one evening, I noticed that the lights on the side of the street had rays coming down. I made no.
Hello? You guys give up? Or you're thirsty for more?
But for the first time in 3 years of glitter bombing criminals, someone didn't immediately throw the box outside. And he just sat there with the wretched smell, leaving the box untouched. And then as we waited, wondering what his game plan was going to be, suddenly a bunch of NYPD officers started showing up, and it didn't take them long to figure things out.
It's a glitter bomb. It has a camera built into it. There's a camera built into this.
We had a phone number on the box, and they called us up, and I explained the whole situation. And I'll just say, there was some mutual admiration for each other's work.
Cameras in this business, Will? This is a hell of a 3 times involved together.
I mean, there might be cameras on there, officer. And as it happens, the reason the scammer would call the cops on himself is because he isn't a scammer. This is Gary. And it turns out he's a super nice guy. But Gary runs an Airbnb. And once you go in that door, there are 2 rooms upstairs that he rents out to people. So this wasn't a safe house at all. These scammers would use Airbnb to get a temporary address they would only use once. But if that's true, that meant the scammers must have been there yesterday. So Gary showed us his security footage, and we saw this woman in an orange jacket who appeared right as the PI was talking with the FedEx driver up the street. She also looks directly at the camera, and then decides it's probably cold enough outside to zip her jacket all the way up. Once the FedEx truck passes and she realizes he skipped by her, she hurries over to talk to him, and when he told her he had nothing for her for that day, she walks right back to her car, never stepping foot inside the Airbnb. The PI's got all the license plates on the street that day, and it turns out her name is Crystal. You should remember that name for later. So then Gary showed us who booked the room. It was this guy from Utah with a brand new account and 0 reviews. In fact, when the reservation...
Hello? Yeah, hold on. Okay.
Hello? Yeah, is you called? Oh, did he make it back yet? Huh? Over where? Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. If he needs help figuring that out, have him call me. But it's simple. You just loop it from that back hook off the scope. Behind the scope, there's a little groove, and you just put it in the groove, and then you hook it to the string and pull it back. But it takes all the length of the string away, of the pull string. It just takes all the slack out before you go to pull, so there's no slack. There's no reason to shorten the string. The string has to be untied where he tied it, and it has to be ran normal. They're only $10 at Walmart. I can get him a new one, but he should be able to untie it and pull it with that rope. Yep. Bye. Yeah. Bye.
Dave Cyrus joins us. He wrote the movie The King of Staten Island. He's written on SNL. He still writes on SNL. Fox's Let's Be Real. I don't know, he's got more and more projects too many to talk about. And he joins us today from
It's breaking news. Antivirus software entrepreneur John McAfee has been found dead in his jail cell in the Barcelona prison. The Spanish Justice Department says everything indicates Mr. McAfee took his own life. Hours earlier, Spain's national court agreed to extradite him to the US to face tax evasion charges. It's breaking news. Antivirus software entrepreneur John McAfee has been found dead in his jail cell in the Barcelona prison. The Spanish Justice Department says everything indicates Mr. McAfee took his own life. Hours earlier, Spain's national court agreed to extradite him to the US to face tax evasion charges. I just got my cash back. Is this for real? Yeah, we got all the cash back these card members earned at the end of their first year automatically. Well, I got my money there. Starting to take yourself in. Let's go.
should know. And what's really reversed. We the people never come to the
Just like that, you could receive up to $3,148 per month in government. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of the Read More 13 podcast with the Genie. And in today's episode, we are going to be running through the Great Awakening map. Now, I'm sure there is a lot of you who have seen this map before, but I'm also sure that there is many of you who have not even heard of it or who haven't even brushed your eyes upon it once. Now, this was one of my first podcasts that I did around this time last year. However, unfortunately, YouTube decided to take it down because of some of the information that I contained therein. So I thought, what a great time in celebration of a year anniversary of the Genie doing this podcast to bring it back, to run over it again, and to give you guys my newfound insight and knowledge into the map, into the understanding of the divine picture that is currently unfolding with regards to our world and the events and the financial system and the players which have key roles in these events themselves. So we're going to dive into it deeper, and since the Genie has reviewed the Great Awakening map in the last year, he himself has gone through some major transformations. So it means that if those of you who are listening who were here back when I first did the podcast reviewing the map, don't fear, because the Genie is here to enlighten your mind even more, because the amount of extra insight that I have now into the unfoldment of the event which is taking place, I will be able to blow your mind even more. So my friends, if you are excited for this upcoming podcast, make sure to smash a like down below, because it is going to be jam-packed with esoteric teachings, occult knowledge, and just in general give you that understanding that you need to perceive the world in the most beautiful light, and to develop a picture and understanding of what is truly unfolding at this current time, in this shift, in this divine cycle, into this new age. And it truly is profound what we are walking, what we are living, and this blessing that is upon us. So without further ado, we are going to move straight into this one, because I am sure you are all excited, and if you're not, I don't know what is going on, because you should be very excited. So let's do this. Now, firstly, my friends, if you have not done so already, it is absolutely critical, as I say in all of my podcasts, go and watch all of my previous videos, both with regards to XRP and the financial system, but also with regards to the awakening and understanding the divine picture that is currently unfolding with regards to the earth, and bringing back the harmony and peace and this new age that is upon us. So if you haven't done so already, make sure you do so, and whilst you're over here, make sure to subscribe to my channel, because there is going to be loads more content just like this on its way. Now, before we get straight into it, a short disclaimer: all views upon this map are my own. It is purely my perspective upon reality. Please take with my words only that which fills you with love and that allows for you to grow in your spiritual development. The truth does not care about your feelings, so take the truth with a pinch of salt, realize it for yourself, and then progress with that truth. And lastly, there is absolutely no financial advice if I do explain how the financial system is all tied in. But my friends, let's do this. So, before we get onto the map itself, which is this, for those of you who have not actually seen it yet, now we're going to make this obviously a lot bigger as we run through it. Obviously, we are definitely not going to get through the whole thing, and we're probably going to get through a very small percentage of it. However, we are going to try our best to go in depth. However, where I want to start with first is these
couple of illustrations here. You came to Earth to witness the greatest cosmic awakening in the universe. Every moment, higher concentrations of cosmic energies are hitting the Earth and Sun. We are increasing in vibration and shifting over into a 5D consciousness civilization. Evil is being defeated. Light has won. Now, this ascension process is taking place within your consciousness. It is you who is birthing anew. The phoenix is rising. The new age is upon us, and your consciousness is expanding to the truth of reality, to your limitless being, to your infinite soul essence. And that is the ascension, that is the awakening. Now, this could be called enlightenment, this could be called Buddhahood. There are so many different terms for this process, but during this new age transition which we're going through, it is best known as the ascension process, which is happening within you right now. So, the great solar flash. Every 25,900 years, a great solar flash wipes out all lower vibrational evil energy in our solar system. A new Earth of higher vibrational 5D consciousness is being born. Our sun is expected to flash across 2020 to 2030. Now, I've covered a lot of this in depth in my Variable Guide 1, 2, 3, Decode, and many of my other YouTube videos. So again, if you have not watched them, make sure to go and do so, because you are going to need that prior knowledge to best understand what is going on here. No negative entities will be able to withstand the new 5G energies of our solar system. To prepare humanity is to meditate and remain in a state of peace, compassion, and forgiveness in service to others. This will maintain our collective consciousness in a positive vibration that is required for entering into the harmonious 5D timeline during the great solar flashes. Now, you have to understand that the sun is what is unlocking the DNA within you to evolve and progress past this 3D physical realm and into the 5D consciousness. Now, that doesn't mean the 3D realm is going to disappear, far from it, but you are going to manifest love into the 3D so that we can restore that harmony, peace, and balance. You have been presented, as it shows here, with two timelines. You can either walk the timeline to infinity or walk the pathway to destruction. The choice is yours, and you can very much see that manifest on reality right now. So you need to align your being with truth, with love, with peace, and what that will do is that will set you along that path to infinity, that spiral back to your soul, whereby everything becomes a joy and pure love. The new earth we've been envisioning comes true. Dream wisely. I'm not going to read this one because it's very similar, but I brought it up so that you can read it for yourself, just so I can keep this podcast moving. But before we get onto the map, this is a great illustration which I've showed before, but you can see the light being restored to the earth and harmony coming back upon us all. So on to the map, because I am sure you are all excited. Where do I want to begin? Right here. Consciousness Renaissance, ascension into fifth dimensional Earth, age of the golden race, occurs every 25,900 years. The great solar flash, upcoming a series of great solar flash events that will act as the trigger for full disclosure and the great awakening. The great solar flash 2019 to 2023, 2024, solar system passes through geometric boundaries. Dense energy cloud raising vibration and consciousness causes the sun to release flashes. 3D becomes 5D. Now, what you need to understand with this is that the sun flashes have been occurring. We are currently being penetrated by the sun's UV rays, which is encoding our DNA to ascend and to vibrate higher at our base consciousness level. Now, everything in the world is currently trying to bring you down. All of the fake foods, all of the alcohol, the destructive lifestyles, the destructive habits, all that is doing is destroying your consciousness. It's destroying your DNA. So you need to protect your DNA in this time like nothing else. Now, I can do a podcast on that to show you just how to do that. But what is most important is understanding how your diet and nutrition and what you intake affects your DNA and how that all ties into your consciousness. So if you haven't watched my Optimizing for Mind, Body and Spirit podcast, make sure that you go and do so, because that is going to give you all the information you need on that. So my friends, let's keep this moving. As you can see, one infinite creator, everything stems from the one source. Dark, light, cold heat up, down. It is all stemming from the one source at which we are all connected with everything. Okay? Love and light, escape samsara, end to all suffering, escape rebirth, night plus density. What I want you to grasp is that you don't need to essentially grip to the concepts here, but just understand that it is within you that this is all happening. And the more joyous and loving and peaceful you become, the higher your base vibrational signature will be, which will ensure that not only you are part of this shift in consciousness to rebirthing the planet, but that you are also going to be walking the higher timeline and escaping samsara, which is the cycle of death and rebirth, essentially your suffering, and come to the point where you are able to flow in samsara, which brings an end to it because you fall in love with everything about life itself. You are essentially, my friend, trying to become enlightened and returning to the source as your base awareness. Now, it is important at this time that you practice meditation. Now, I've done a podcast on meditation as well, so check that out. But what you want to do with the meditation is you want to come to understand what I am telling you. You want to come to know that this is happening rather than just trying to take my word for it. This is the difference between those enlightened mystic teachers and the ones who say they're enlightened. Is the difference is they have come to know it within themselves, whereby anybody in the world can tell them something different, but they know within themselves the truth, so it need not matter. And that's how you bereave yourself of fear, because once you know, fear can no longer deceive your mind. This is how all of Tibetan Buddhism ties in, because the entire philosophy is based upon meditation and coming to understand who you are at your root, at your source, and connecting with that, whereby you connect with all the colors in the rainbow. That is the idea of the rainbow body ascension. It is coming back to the source, bringing all the colors into one, into that one infinite source, and rebirthing yourself anew, shining in your full potential. You can obviously utilize all the knowledge available to you through the books, through all the ancient scriptures, whereby they can show you the path, but you have to actually, my friend, walk it yourself. Now, where I want to bring this down to, without going into all the in-depth stuff here, which we can do so in another video, because there is so much on here. As you can see, this is important here because this is where it all ties in to the financial system and everything that is taking place with regards to the new world financial system which is being born. And you can see how all of these different factions are working within their particular branches to be able to elicit certain events and actions, and that you cannot understand how complicated this actually is because of the fact that there are so many different groups of people here and different societies, different ideas of how reality should be, and they are all essentially battling against each other to reign supreme. But you must understand that we have the universe on our side, and that light is infinitely more powerful than darkness, because all the darkness in the entire boundless expanse of the eternal universe cannot even put out a single flame, my friend. Know this. So what I want you to understand is that these technologies of old, which go way back into our ancient history, are now reaching themselves, and they are allowing for the integration of this new financial system because of the technologies are rebirthing themselves, which is the quantum technology, which is going to continually manifest on our plane more and more as more of us awaken to the fact that we have been deceived for millennia, and that we are truly divine as human beings, and that this rebirth is divinely ordained into the cycles of the heavens, and that we have the right to regain our freedom upon this physical reality. Now, as you can see here, this entire matrix structure is going to essentially fall down as more and more people awaken to the fact that it's been in place to dumb us down, to suppress our consciousness, and to control us. And the more people that awaken to it, the less power that it has. And this is the point, is that the more you give this knowledge to others, the faster this new age is going to manifest itself upon the earth. If you haven't seen my previous podcast on Q and Trump and time travel and Nikola Tesla, then I would highly recommend you doing so, because that will make a lot more sense with what's going on here. But you will understand that just because Q has quietened down and that Trump is out the limelight, that this entire manifestation of the new earth has stopped. No, it is definitely still going. We are just now not watching it on the mainstream. We are doing the work ourselves, and we are watching dribs and drabs of the movie being played out, which those who have the eye to see will be able to see. This is part of the plan which is going to manifest that new financial system, which is going to give birth to the Phoenix, to XRP, to be the foundation of liquidity, to the decentralized finance economy, which is going to liberate those who so choose to utilize their newfound wealth to bring about this new earth and the opportunities that it will present to themselves. Now, my friends, to make sure that this podcast doesn't go on for too long, I'm going to bring this map part to a close here, but don't worry, because I'm going to be back with it for sure, whereby we are going to run in deep into all other parts. And make sure that if you want to see those videos, that you are subscribed, because you will not want to miss out on all of this information that you've got coming, to make sure that your consciousness expands way beyond the physical realm. But my friends, before we move on, I want to say, if you are enjoying this video up until this point, make sure you are smashing that like button down below, because it helps out the genie so much. And if you have any questions or comments, make sure to drop them down below, because I'm going to read through them all and I will utilize them in coming podcasts to help you understand how you can so choose to be able to walk this path back to infinity. But where we are going to go to next is right here. This new cycle, this new 25,900 year cycle, is moving us into the age of Aquarius, the age where everything becomes unified. In the new age, we break free of centuries of false doctrines, destructive indoctrinations, absurd ideas, and children's stories about God, education, medicine, and love. The corrupt foundations of false society crumble. This time of crisis is not the signal of the end of the world. What comes is not the end, but the beginning. The dream humanity has lived for centuries ends, and we awaken to a bright new day, a bright new way. Now in the age of Aquarius, everything becomes unified. All our differences, all our dualities mix together like a fragrance of a flower shop, with all the different flowers adding their bouquet to the overall mix until they are inseparable. Each individual flower remains distinct and individual. Each one fragrance is unique and discernible when you come up close to it, yet joined together in unity with the others in a wonderful mixture that is the smell of the shop. Our individual worth comes from inside, from what we have inside through our development, our evolution, and what we can give to society. Now our drastic differences dissolve and we integrate into the whole. We integrate and unify with the energy of the universe, with the great cosmic spirit. Now, my friends, I'm going to leave you with this. There are only two lessons. You weren't seeing the whole thing. You are the whole thing. If you want to receive these illustrations, including the map, make sure that you are part of my Telegram group, Genie Reborn with a Zero. Link will be down below in the description, whereby I'm always posting in here, including gems for you to be able to take a look at and potentially add to your portfolio. But I'm going to be posting all of the illustrations in here, so make sure you come and join the Telegram group, because you will receive all of these in there, my friends. Now, before we start bringing it to a close, if you do want to support the Genie, you can do so by coming over to my Patreon and signing up here to help support the Genie on his journey to his dreams, to building up the Reborn platform and being able to spread this knowledge far and wide. You can help me achieve my dreams, achieve my goals for this journey that I am on personally myself. And my friends, if you haven't done so already, make sure to come and check out my website, whereby you can become a master of your financials and be able to invest in this great wealth transfer by doing my courses. You can sign up for free and get free lessons to see if they are right for you. But my friends, if you haven't also done so, make sure to follow me on my Instagram at Reborn13 and on my Twitter at Reborn13, because I'm always posting enlightening content on there to help you feel more loving, more joyous, and more peaceful with your life as you move forward into this new age. But we are going to start bringing it to a close there. I hope you have enjoyed this short but brief awakening video, my friends. We are going to be diving deeper into the Great Awakening map, much more throughout the episodes to come, so make sure you stay tuned for that, because the genie is going to be back to continue to fill your minds with this enlightening content so that you can walk the path back to your soul into infinity and rebirth your consciousness anew. Thank you, my friends, so much for all of your support, all of your love, and all of your generosity across all of my social media platforms. Honestly, I notice every single one of you. I will be back soon with more episodes, so make sure to subscribe so that you do not miss out on them. But I'm going to bring it to a close here. I thank you once again, especially if you're listening to these words now, and I will see you all.
States of Georgia and other states such as Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania to win the Electoral College. So he lost the presidency. He is a one-term president. Donald Trump.
I've got gadgets and gizmos aplenty. I've got what's its and what's its galore. But who cares? No big deal. I want more. Look where they walk, look where they run, look where they stay all day in the sun. Wonder wish I could be part of that crowd.
Just a quick reminder for you that we released a really cool game for mobile devices. Our game mirrors the life of our very own Garage 54. Hire a crew, purchase equipment for repairing cars, film videos, and grow your YouTube fan base. Buy yourself cars and modify them in true Garage 54 fashion, and then enter them into our race. Basically, we've made an excellent simulation of our experiences for you to immerse yourself into. Go ahead and hit the link in the description, download our game, and see you on the racetrack. So hey there, fellas. Alright, so today, I'll be experimenting with this here automobile. You certainly remember this funhouse transparent thing. Here we have a battery which is, let's just say, in subpar condition. It doesn't have that much charge, so our best option would be for it to be completely flat. I think we should try charging it from a 220 volt source without using a specialized charger. And after that, then I guess we'll feed the car 220 volts directly and see how it likes that. Alright, let's go ahead and destroy this automobile. Let's get stuck right into it. Feeding 220 volts into a car. Will it start? Translation and voiceover by BMI Russian. Alright, so it didn't take us too long to find that yellow car battery. And here's what we get. The oh so familiar sound of a dead battery. We did see a reading of 12 volts, but the slightest bit of load in it plummets. That there is going to be our test subject. We put together a simple layout. To be honest, guys, we didn't cook this up ourselves. This particular scheme we found in an open source on the internet. But there's still the obvious question of whether this will even work properly. Undoubtedly, if we were to switch it on with no load and do a measurement, well, we'll see at least whatever power outlet puts out. Though I might be mistaken. Let's give it a prod and see. We've got 90 volts. Hi fellas, we seem to have some voltage, which fluctuates between 90 and 100. Can't imagine.
The year was 2008, and on a certain GameFAQs spin-off board, one user had decided to undertake a daring heist. Epitaph Philip, or just Philip for short, posted a thread titled, "My dream is becoming a reality. Operation Soda Steal." He shared some concept art drawn in MS Paint in order to demonstrate the plan. As you can see, it's a bold design that's elegant in its simplicity. While on the outside you would appear as an ordinary patron just filling up your cup of soda, in reality the soda had done gone down the tube into a discrete container located in the backpack. And Philip was almost done constructing the first version of the device. He shows off the cup with the tube sticking out the bottom as well as the actual container itself. He writes, "Check it out. The inner venting tube extends out to become the straw. Genius engineering. Actually, I don't think the vent tube is very necessary at all, but it's a cool idea. I tested it in the shower and it works pretty well. I ran out of hot glue though, so there were some small leaks. Hopefully I can complete it by tomorrow, take it out for a spin. I might record it. Taco Bell never know what hit him." Many people were quite amused by this concept. Some rightfully pointed out that this was a lot of effort just for several dollars worth of soda. Why can't you just buy soda? It'd be different if somehow you could do this with gasoline or like gold or something. Soda is inexpensive. I mean, don't get me wrong, the concept and idea rocked my balls. However, he explained, "It's not about the soda. I probably won't even drink half of it. It's the accomplishment. And it's fun." In fact, there is actually another reason why he had no choice but to pull off a stunt like this. I'm sure you're aware that in 2004, PepsiCo released a Mountain Dew flavor exclusive to Taco Bell restaurants known as Baja Blast. Sure, nowadays everybody knows that they've had limited run retail releases in stores across the US and Canada, but back in 2008, the only possible way to get Baja Blast was at a Taco Bell location, which needless to say is absolute tyranny of the highest degree. In a way, this could be seen as an act of rebellion. It's an unjust system. I believe you could easily argue that this scenario is stealing all of life. somewhere on someone's ancient hard drive. And I watched it back in the day, so I can 100% promise you it did exist, but I can't show you the raw footage of the event. However, user Nate Greg cut the raw footage down into one short 4 megabyte video, which was also distributed and shared around by Philip. And thankfully, this video does still exist. The editing is kind of strange, cutting between the aftermath and the event itself, and it deliberately avoids showing the Bagman's face, so it's a little jumpy at times. But here it is, in all its 240p, 4 megabyte glory. See where to start. Yeah. Extra built up for here. This is fun on you. Super lit. I'm gonna see what's on the bottom. And then add this tube, which then goes through the sleeve of the jacket. And onto this side bag.
I am living with CLO, and I am living alone. Thanks to
Improved status and prescription medicine for adults with CLO or chronic lymphocytic leukemia. It will not work for everyone. Improve.
But you can be perfectly fit. I don't know. And then just like bring it up, like. Wow, incredible stuff. Many people asked him if he planned on uploading his accomplishment to YouTube. This is what he had to say about the matter. I'm still considering that. I really want to, because obviously I want to share it with the world. Plus it's easier to view. On the other hand, I'm a little scared of getting caught. Then again, it would be hard to track me down based on only what I look like. It's pretty tame, really. It's hard to imagine someone taking the effort to track me down because I stole like $1 worth of soda, or what, like $20 even counting markup. Or it's arguably not even illegal at all, considering there are free refills, and I mean, it's possible that someone could even drink that much soda in one sitting if they wanted to. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it too far-fetched that anything bad happens to me / anyone even cares? Soon after that, he posted, I've decided I am going to put it on YouTube, but a better edited version, and a clear disclaimer stating I don't condone stealing. It technically isn't stealing, arguably, and emphasizing the purpose being a fun project. However, due to events that would soon transpire, he would never actually end up uploading the video to YouTube. You see, a couple hours after he made that post, someone in the thread noticed that the 4 megabyte version of the video was already uploaded onto fucking collegehumor.com of all places. Looks like I just got ripped off. Yes, some fucking guy called Steve just went ahead and re-uploaded it without even asking, with the incorrect title of Operation Baja Blast as well, I might add. And apparently the jackasses over on College Humor had a somewhat negative reaction to it, although I can't find any of the comments archived. His whole experience gave Philip second thoughts about uploading video to YouTube, and ultimately he never did. Thanks a lot, Steve, fucking prick. Despite this, apparently the video did receive a fair amount of views on College Humor over the years, even inspiring a copycat incident in 2011. On YouTube, you can find some guy made a video called Operation Baja Blast 2, where he and his friends perform a similar caper. However, their setup involves directly filling empty 2-liter bottles. This guy directly cites the original video as an inspiration in the description, so clearly it had some fans. However, as the College Humor site is now defunct, I was afraid this video would be lost to the sands of time. However, there exists one re-upload of it from some random account in 2016 called Re-Up for Justice with the description. I did not create this video, I only re-uploaded it. Here's a direct, personal message to you specifically, the person watching this video. If you see an internet video you really like and you theoretically might want to watch it again someday, you should download it. Don't just assume it'll be there forever and that somebody else will do it. Anything can be taken down at any time for any reason. And the only guarantee you'll ever be able to watch something again is if you literally have it backed up to your hard drive. If you don't know how to download YouTube videos, don't worry. It's simple. Just go to www.google.com and figure it out. Man, what a ride it's been. Thank you for indulging me in listening to this tale, even though I haven't been an active member of the Dew community since 2007. I mean, after experiencing the Halo 3 game feel, it was just impossible to go back to drinking regular piss-flavored default Dew. But Baja Blast is pretty good too. A few years back, they almost made it a permanent flavor. However, in what was easily the most contentious election of the year, they held Dew Decision 2016, where it narrowly lost out to Mountain Dew Pitch Black, which doesn't even make any sense because Pitch Black fucking sucks compared to Baja Blast, as clearly evidenced by the fact they already discontinued it as a permanent flavor, so there's no doubt that election was rigged. But don't worry, gang, thanks to exclusive information leaks to the Dew Drinker Discord, we have confirmation that Baja Blast will be returning to store shelves this summer, and there will be some new upcoming seasonal flavors such as Baja Flash and Baja Punch, and new movie tie-in flavors like Riddler's Brew. So in a way, this is considered the good ending to this story. Thanks for watching.
Our drivers travel in teams, so Fresh gets to you faster. CeraVe Hydrating Sunscreen has 100% mineral protection to reflect the sun's rays.
Ciao.
Well, let's talk about getting someone along with some belief, particularly again, police have had enough, and have been constantly undermined by extreme left politicians who claim not just to provide reform, but also to help police the internet. And police morale is very low. Take a look.
We're dealing with rioting at a level and a sustained violence that we've never seen before. We're looking at violence in our city, gun violence in our city like we've never seen before. We're looking at the most catastrophic staffing levels we've never seen before. We're looking at budget cuts to defund us like we've never seen before. All those things play into the morale of a police officer coming to work every day, trying to do your job, trying to do it right.
Critical about what's going on we've seen this coming for a long time, but all these cops have had enough.
Yeah, this happened at the all across the country. I spent a lot of time being on the riots there. What I can tell you was you didn't see it. Police pressure as you see as these rioters are firebombing the courthouse.
Stockholm Syndrome, as you may know, is a condition in which the victims of kidnapping or abuse form an unlikely bond with their captors. It's thought to be some sort of coping mechanism where the victim sees the perpetrator as exaggeratedly sympathetic and good-natured to help convince themselves their situation is not as bad as it seems. So where does the term come from? Well, Stockholm, obviously. If you were stupid enough to have asked that question, I'll also just explain that Stockholm is the capital city of Sweden. That's a country in Europe. As well as Stockholm, it's also been the home of a bank robbery in 1973, one in which the hostages came out more critical of the police than their captors. As well as being the origin of the term Stockholm Syndrome, a number of other amusing things occurred during the incident. Jan Erik Olsson was born in Sweden in 1941. He spent most of his life in trouble with the law and was in and out of prison as a habitual reoffender. In 1973, he was a prisoner on furlough. Prison furlough is when they let you out for a little bit to stop you going mad, but you have to come back and serve the rest of your sentence. Well, Olsson thought willingly returned to prison and understandably said, fuck that, and so he didn't. Instead, he decided to rob a bank. Fucking hell, decision making went from understandable to lunacy. Surely you want to keep a low profile. On the 23rd of August 1973, he walked into credit banking at Normal Store, Stockholm, in disguise. He wore glasses, makeup, and a wig, and had dyed his mustache and eyebrows black. With one hand, he carried a briefcase with a radio, rope, and explosives. Oh my God. With the other, he draped a jacket. Ah, that's not so bad. But underneath the jacket was a submachine gun. Oh my God. He announced his robbery by firing into the ceiling. He tied up 4 members of staff, 3 girls and 1 lad. To complement his disguise, he ditched his native tongue and instead spoke in English, attempting an American accent and using lines he had heard from crime movies. In the kerfuffle, someone had triggered the silent alarm, and soon a police officer was on the scene. Yes, just one. He went in by himself. Wilson asked him if he was the man he'd want to talk to for negotiations. The police officer responded no, but he could call HQ for him. So Wilson sent him to the offices on the 2nd floor to use the phone. During this time, a second officer prowled from the top of the stairs with a revolver in his hand. Wilson didn't see him, but one of the women hostages did. "Don't shoot," she screamed, alerting Wilson, who whipped round and opened fire, hitting the officer in the hand and forcing him away. "Oh, good woman." The first police officer returned and informed Wilson a high-ranking officer was on his way. Wilson pointed his gun at the officer and asked him to sing a song. Believing Wilson to be an American, he sang "Lonesome Cowboy" by Elvis, thinking it would appease him. For fuck's sake. The officer was then made to escort any remaining civilians out of the bank, apart from the 4 hostages, and was then told to fuck off. Soon the police surrounded the building, with sharpshooters covering all the windows. They set up the base of operations on the 2nd floor. To them, Wilson made his demands. He wanted 3 million kroner, 2 pistols, bulletproof vests and helmets, a getaway car so he could leave with the hostages, and Clark Olofsson. Olofsson, fucking scum name, bullshit. I'll just call him Clark, I suppose. Clark Olofsson was a bank robber Wilson had met in prison, which is where he currently was. Wilson wanted him to be released and brought to him to assist in the robbery. The police gave him the requested money, but Wilson noticed it was freshly printed and consecutively serialized, so they'd be easy to trace. He rejected the bag and asked for the money in old, crumpled up bills, and they fucking got it for him. They also got him a getaway car, a Ford Mustang, Christ almighty. It of course had a tracking device on it, but it was fully fueled and operational. They even released Clark. I shit you not. They released Clark and just let him join Wilson. Now there were 2 bank robbers. Holy shit. Sounds like this fella could have just told him to suck his dick and they would have. Say what you want about the Americans, but they won't be doing any of this shit. They'd have this whole thing sorted in a jiffy, and there'd be no money, no Mustang, and no man full of dick. Might not be any hostages either, but, well, that's the price of doing business, innit? The one thing Swedish police did put their foot down for was the hostages. Wilson could leave in the getaway car, but he wasn't taking the hostages with him. No how, no way. And so began a 6-day siege. Together, Clark and Wilson unbound the hostages and gathered them in the vault. They used the explosives to blow open a cashier's drawer and take all the money. They occasionally relayed with the police for supplies and scoured the bank's perimeter for signs of intrusion, making sure to keep the hostages around them to shield them from the sharpshooters. The next morning, a policeman and civilian crept down the stairs of the bank, announcing their presence and pleading with the robbers to give up. Not knowing Wilson's identity, it turns out the police had mistakenly thought he was a different escaped prisoner, and the policeman was an old friend of his. The civilian was his brother. Wilson, of course, didn't have a clue who either of these people were, and opened fire, sending them running off.
It's time to spread your wings, bend your face, breathe the air, excite your senses from day to night. It's time.
A while later, during an exchange, the robbers allowed the police to inspect the hostages. They were in good condition and surprisingly seemed to have a level of camaraderie with their captors. Even more surprisingly, they were cold with the police and seemed to have a level of hostility for them. This was confirmed later when one of the hostages called the Prime Minister. The robbers had allowed the hostages to use the phones at various stages to contact their families and such. During the call, she was very critical of the Prime Minister for not letting the robbers escape with the hostages, saying she trusted them and was worried the police were going to get the hostages killed in some bungled raid. The next morning, another policeman crept halfway down the stairs and fired a shot. They had heard nothing from the vault in a while and wanted to assess the reaction. But there was no reaction. The vault, even with the door ajar, was largely soundproof, and inside everyone was asleep. The police officer snuck around and locked the vault door. When they awoke, both the robbers and the hostages were dismayed to see this. The authorities now had the upper hand. Wilson wasn't going anywhere unless he was willing to resort to violence and a likely confrontation. Police storming the room now seemed very likely, and with it, bloodshed. The police bugged the ventilation system leading into the vault so they could hear what was happening. They once again were surprised to hear how calm and friendly everyone seemed to be. They listened to Wilson's radio for news of themselves, and Wilson occasionally danced to music. Clark had seemingly got the song Killing Me Softly stuck in his head and had taken to humming it. Wilson had even given one of the girls a bullet from his gun as a keepsake. As time went by in the locked vault, however, Wilson was beginning to become less stable. Even Clark was growing wary of him. Police began to drill holes in the ceiling, one of which severed the vault's lighting. This sent Wilson into a rage, and he threatened to shoot if it was not restored. Clark had to call the police and ask them to lower down a lantern. The robbers were sure the police intended to gas them from the holes they were drilling. So they tied nooses around the hostages' necks and made them stand, tied to the safety deposit drawers. If the room was gassed, they would fall unconscious and be strangled. Some of the holes the police were drilling were rather large, which they covered with bulletproof glass and occasionally used to drop down food and supplies. They even got this picture of Clark and the hostages. Wilson shot at these holes on 2 occasions, once injuring a policeman putting in the glass. As the hours passed into days, the attrition was wearing both sides. Wilson eventually relented and let the hostages take a rest from standing in the nooses. The police, on the other hand, were done giving in. They had stopped communicating, stopped sending supplies, and withdrew their lantern, plunging the vault into darkness. Wilson and Clark were right about the gas. The police were preparing to administer gas from the ceiling, while volunteers with sawn-off shotguns and gas masks would unlock the vault door and storm the room. Medical teams were just outside to assist with the effects of the gas. Then, on the 28th of August, police started pumping gas. They again lowered the lantern to provide light to the prospective battleground. Wilson ordered the captives to get back at their nooses. It was too late. They fell on the floor, choking and vomiting. Wilson called out in surrender, desperate to escape the gas, and handed the police his weapon through a hole. Before they would open the door, the police demanded the hostages come first. But amazingly, the hostages were defiant. They thought the robbers would be killed without the hostages, and refused to leave without them. The police relented and opened the door. The hostages and robbers ran out. When they were free, they hugged and kissed. Then they were separated, the hostages to medical teams, and the robbers to police. All the hostages had a level of sympathy for the two, and in the following years, a couple of them even visited and became friends with them. This sparked a lot of media and academic attention, leading to the coining of the term Stockholm Syndrome. Jan Erik Wilson was charged with violent robbery, kidnapping, and attempted murder, and received 10 years in addition to his ongoing 3-year sentence. Clark Wilson was charged with violent robbery. What? How can you charge him? He literally left him in the bank for this very purpose. He was his own advocate and rightly argued that everything he had done was under duress of the police and Wilson. Wilson was a witness in his trial and testified that this was indeed the case. Wilson was acquitted, but was sent back to prison anyways to serve the rest of his time for past crimes. It was a pretty good deal he got until they tried to slap him with that robbery charge. He got to get out of prison to participate in a bank heist. At worst, it's just a nice way to spend some time out of prison, and at best, he could have legitimately escaped with a lot of money. The absolute gall of trying to convict him of robbery, though. Like, what are you trying to say? He did too good a job of the thing you asked him to do. And they really think this thing in there to get involved, and he wasn't going to immediately become tangled in the whole thing. Like, he'd just go in and everything would just resolve itself. He gambled and lost there. I mean, what a stupid thing to do anyways. If I saw that happening in a movie, I'd say, no way. No fucking way would the police release the convict from prison and just insert him into a bank robbery. That's fucking stupid. If I made a movie based on this story, I'd have to rewrite that part just so people didn't think I was a fucking fool. Well, that's the story anyways. I have plenty more, and more's on the way, so subscribe, buy the t-shirts, and follow me on Twitter and all of it. The conspiracy to kill Julius Caesar began with a meeting between three men, Cassius Longinus, Marcus Brutus, and Decimus Brutus. Cassius was an experienced soldier and general. A decade earlier, he had fought the Parthians under Crassus. After Crassus's humiliating defeat, Cassius rallied the survivors and successfully defended Syria against the Parthian counterattack. He would go on to command a Pompeian fleet during the Civil War, and to everyone's surprise, he proved himself to be Rome's most successful naval commander in a generation. Not that it made much of a difference, because, as we know, Pompey was eventually defeated, and Cassius was captured. But Caesar recognized talent when he saw it. He issued Cassius a full and complete pardon, and put him in charge of one of his legions destined for Egypt. The Alexandrian campaign turned out to be kind of a disaster, but thanks in part to Cassius' leadership, the Romans were able to hold their own until reinforcements arrived. After Egypt, Cassius let Caesar know that he would not participate in the slaughter of Pompeians, and so Caesar sent him back to Rome. Cassius paid a professional price for his loyalty, because when it came to the upcoming Parthian campaign, Caesar planned to stick Cassius in a thankless administrative job in Syria. We've talked about Marcus Brutus before. There's not that much to say of his early
From 2019 or the 2017 here, from the domestic issue, domestic violence issue occurred on Fraser, I believe.
During the Civil War, he joined up with the Pompeians. As far as we can tell,
1118 South Curtis, we have Route 52.
after Pompey's defeat, he immediately surrendered to Caesar, who in turn gave him the fairly important job of governing Cisalpine Gaul, promising to fast-track him all the way up to consul in years to come. You see, through all of this, Brutus maintained a fairly good personal relationship
Then
with Caesar.
returned to a Elvira Cardona Matthias out of Kent City, Michigan, on a 98 F70 Volvo.
Was an older woman, twice widowed, plenty of children. She was free to see whoever she wished. Because of this relationship, Brutus had known Caesar for his entire adult life, if not longer. Caesar was happy to help out his mistress's son however he could. Decimus Brutus, distant cousin, had a different story to tell. Decimus was an honest-to-God, dyed-in-the-wool Caesarian. He had spent at least 5 years serving under Caesar in Gaul. He even fought alongside Caesar and Antony at the Battle of Alesia. You might even say that he was in Caesar's inner circle. During the Civil War, Decimus stayed behind in Cisalpine Gaul, where he impressed everybody by putting down a pretty bad uprising. After this, Decimus got the nod from Caesar and was elected praetor. Next year, he would be heading off to Cisalpine Gaul once more, this time as its formal governor. Each of these three men, Cassius, Brutus, and Decimus, came to believe that Caesar intended to destroy Roman politics by crowning himself king. In fact, this was already happening before their eyes. Caesar wielded most of the powers of a king already, and Roman politics were becoming more and more relevant by the day. In their eyes, the only way out of this mess was to remove Caesar from the equation. He had to die.
Good night.
But in order to get a shot at this, first, their little conspiracy had to expand, and it didn't take very long to get some top-tier politicians on board. People like Gaius Trebonius, a former consul, general, and veteran of the Gallic Wars, had recently become disillusioned with Caesar over his treatment of the Senate. People like Tullius Cimber, a preacher and former Caesarian who saw this conspiracy as his ticket to power. People like Publius Servilius Casca, a childhood friend of Caesar's, and a tribune of the plebs, who had since become so alarmed at Caesar's authoritarianism that he signed on to this conspiracy to end his life. In the end, 60 senators joined the conspiracy, which you could argue is too many people, roughly 7% of the entire Senate, way too many to keep a secret.
Target.
The 60 conspirators began to meet regularly to strategize their next moves. The majority argued that the logical next step was to bring Mark Antony on board. He was Caesar's consular colleague for that year. If he signed off on the assassination, perhaps that would pacify Caesar's legions. Plus, the conspirators believed that they had a lot to offer Antony. After Caesar was gone, Antony could divide between Caesar's veterans and the conspirators. He would become one of the most powerful senators in Rome. A consensus was formed, but before any definitive action, consul Trebonius spoke up. He knew Antony well, as they had both served under Caesar in Gaul. He revealed to the group that just he had personally approached Antony as part of another conspiracy, and that Antony had flatly turned him down. When Trebonius revealed this conspiracy, people got
first name Tyler, Mary Ida King, young Lincoln Adams, middle initial Eugene, female date of birth 10-2-91.
The conspirators were convinced. Fine, no Antony. But what about Cicero? He was one of the few remaining former consuls who predated Caesar's rise to power. He was the guy who put down the catalog.
Weymouth, Lincoln Edward Mary, Union Sam, first name George Robert Ida, Charles Edward Lincoln David Adams. No middle initial, female date of birth 7/21/2000, 7/21/2000.
Against inviting Cicero into the conspiracy. We don't 100% know why, but one reason may be that in an effort to influence the new regime, Cicero had been spending an unhealthy amount of time with Caesarians.
Taking 21 from
that he had gone over to the other side.
Take 21.
Yeah, but what's your status there?
I think so.
Yep. When you clear there, there's Public Career 219, we're on 5 o'clock film right now, for maybe a report for domestic.
Maybe these people just knew each other the best, or maybe they had the most to gain in a power dynamic.
Can't come 540?
540.
We pay from air vehicles DOA right up to 45.
Yeah, for.
So Cicero had been fraternizing with the Caesarians and
At 545, what's the description?
Cicero was out. The conspiracy would have to move ahead in its current form.
Here's something I wish I knew. If you owe less than $356,362,
Yeah, the 3849.
in 6 months, you should check out Congress Market.
Email, break them down.
Early on was that the assassination should occur in public. This had to be seen by the people as a legitimate. William Cooper,
1525. Something
okay, if not the most influential figure in modern day conspiracy theory.
Text 62 for 1525. Something doesn't.
Have followed in his footsteps, so much so that in hearing about him, you probably think he was the guy behind all those dubious articles you saw on Facebook earlier today. His theories and predictions range from the ridiculously outlandish to the true. Yeah, some of the things this guy predicted really materialized, including his own death. Born in 1943 in California, Cooper joined the military after high school and served in the Navy in Vietnam. It was here he claimed to have seen top secret documents while working as part of the briefing team under Admiral Bernard A. Clary, who commanded the Navy's Pacific Fleet. According to Cooper, these documents reveal the existence of collusion between the United States government and extraterrestrials to take over the world. Yes, in this video, I will be making heavy use of the terms according to, allegedly, and claims, because it is very hard to figure out what is real and what is not in the world of conspiracy. For some people, at least. So I will leave what you believe in up to you. Also contained within these documents were a vast array of other alarming government conspiracies. For instance, JFK had not been killed by Lee Harvey Oswald at all, but instead by his driver, using a gas pressure device developed by the aliens. Seems like a lot of work when they could have just, used a gun from a concealed position far away. Regardless, sure was good of the government put all these documents together on a boat in Vietnam. When he returned from the war, Cooper knew he had to inform the public about what the government was doing. Well, it's only right, and intended to contact a reporter. Around the same time, he was involved in an accident when his motorcycle allegedly hit a black limousine. This resulted in his right leg being amputated above the knee. In the hospital, Cooper claims he was visited by two men who asked him if he'd learned his lesson, presumably the occupants of the black limo trying to cow him into silence. Cooper told them that he had indeed learned his lesson, but internally, he knew the lesson was in fact not learned, and that the information had to get out. By the 80s, Cooper had begun getting involved in the UFO scene, which would be receptive to his claims. Of course, the UFO theorists were mostly concerned with sightings and abductions and the occasional unconsenting crew, but Cooper's theories focus more around the government and their impending world domination than the saucy green boys, adding a new dimension to ufology. He published a number of essays, wrote into UFO magazines, and started giving lectures. It was here he met the owner of a publishing company, who Cooper convinced to publish a book that he would write, detailing his theories. And so, 3 years later, in 1991, Behold a Pale Horse was published. Here, Cooper expanded upon his theory that the government was in contact with an alien race. The world was actually ruled by the Illuminati, who were in turn being controlled by the aliens. The aliens' plan was to turn a portion of Earth's population into slave labor. For this to work smoothly, the Illuminati would need to bring in a single global government, the New World Order. The book, of course, goes into much greater detail and expands upon various other things, but the thing about conspiracy theories is they're usually so complicated and complex, it takes weeks to research the many deep and branching rabbit holes and hours to explain to someone else. So I'll just name some of the theories and concepts if you'd like to look into them for yourself. One world government, man-made AIDS, protocols of the Elders of Zion, the Bilderberg Group, the Knights Templar, Freemasons, Majestic 12, the Trilateral Commission, etc., etc. Maybe I should do a series where I look into individual conspiracies, but for this video I simply just do not have the time to go into all of this. You might think it all sounds crazy, but Cooper does explicitly state his conclusions may be wrong, and his intent is only to convince you that none of us know the truth about this world, and everyone should do their own research and search for that truth. Behold a Pale Horse slowly became an underground bestseller, and Cooper began hosting a show on shortwave radio called The Hour of the Time. As the UFO scene lost popularity, Cooper began to rethink his theories on aliens and started to suspect aliens were merely a cover story or a red herring for the Illuminati. As such, his theories became even more focused on totalitarian governments and police states. This began to attract the attention of the militia movement of the 90s. One fan of Cooper's being Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma bomber. He's come up in a few videos now, and really should make an episode on him. Anyways, after the Oklahoma bombing, FBI agents came to Cooper's house to ask him some questions, as McVeigh had ordered a videotape about the Waco siege from Cooper. I do have an episode on the Waco siege, by the way. Having the FBI show up to his house did not please Cooper, and he was beginning to suspect he was at the center of some sort of plan to silence him. This, of course, only bolstered his beliefs and furthered his commitment to spreading his theories. You may never have heard of Bill Cooper, but I'm willing to bet you probably think he sounds a lot like some media figure you know of today, when it seems like conspiracy theories are more prevalent than ever. Bill Cooper was like a forerunner to people like Alex Jones. Ironically, the two had a little feud after Cooper said Alex Jones' theories were bullshit. Now, you may be thinking this all sounds like bullshit, but not all of Cooper's predictions were so outlandish. He noticed the rising trend of prescribing drugs like Prozac and Ritalin to kids and teenagers, and worried it would lead to a rash of school shootings, which in turn would be used as an excuse by the government to take away citizens' arms. That was 8 years before the Columbine school shooting. He also predicted a massive tragedy would occur in the US and the blame would be pinned on Osama bin Laden. This would lead to war in foreign countries, bombing campaigns, and increased surveillance on American citizens. That was 2 months before 9/11. Maybe that means we should all seriously consider his more far-fetched theories, or maybe it means a broken clock is right twice a day. Cooper also managed to predict his own death, although that one is a little less impressive considering you kind of have direct control over the outcome. You know, you wouldn't be too amazed if I predicted I'd die a week from now, and then in 7 days I went off to play in traffic. After 9/11, Cooper became ever more paranoid, reclusive, and belligerent. His wife left with his daughters, although Cooper claimed he had moved them out of the country for their safety. He was sure the government was moving for total control, and he would be silenced for his resistance. He had previously believed he was being targeted by Bill Clinton himself, although we all know old Bill was preoccupied with other matters. He now believed the IRS were out to get him, although this was because he didn't pay his taxes, so once again, not really a great prediction there. For his alleged tax evasion, there was a warrant out for Cooper's arrest since 1998, but he had eluded multiple attempts to serve it. Authorities sort of let him get away with it because they knew he wasn't going to go down without a fight.